McQuaid Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular public hearing is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to follow or to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting have been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meet and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:58, and I call this public hearing to order. I will now have a roll call. Signify by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto, Mrs. Sustaita, Costa
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez, and myself. We have a quorum present. Item 3, public hearing on the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, first indicators. Dr. Canales.
President Cuellar, Board of Trustees, good evening. Mr. Andres Sanchez, who leads our Business and Finance Office, will be leading us through the public hearing on the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, the first indicators. We do well on this, and he is ready to start the report. Mr. Sanchez.
Good evening, Dr. Canales, Mr. Cuellar, members of the board. I will be making the presentation on the first indicators, which are the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, which is used to evaluate the financial aspects of school districts. Next slide, please. The primary goal, one second to see it. Thank you. The primary goal of first is to achieve improved performance in the management of school districts, and TA requires a public hearing to demonstrate that and inform the public. The Texas Education Agency ranks school districts in 4 rating categories: superior, above standard, meets standard, and substandard achievement. School First is a financial accountability rating system that holds school districts accountable for the quality of the financial management practices. School First is designed to encourage public schools to manage the financial resources better in order to provide the maximum allocation possible for direct instructional purposes. School First is a tool that creates transparency and discloses the quality of local management and decision-making processes that the school district uses concerning the financial resources the school district receives. A financial accountability rating system should include processes for anticipating the future financial solvency of each school district and an open enrollment charter school. It also needs to show an analysis of revenues and expenditures in the system as a whole. Weslaco ISD has received a superior achievement rating for the past 17 years since the inception of the program. That is fiscal years 2001-2002 through fiscal years 2017-2018. The ratings have 3 different indicators. One is critical indicators, another one financial solvency indicators, and financial competence indicators. The critical ones are critical that failure to meet the requirements of any of them would cause a school district to fail the rating. And those indicators are 1, 2A, 2B, 3, and 4. And they were the same indicators for both years, 2017-18 and 2018-2019. We have to present a comparison of both fiscal years. The financial solvency indicators, those focus on the solvency of the entity. And those indicators are number 6 all the way to 12. The financial competence indicators identify serious deficiencies in financial management. And those indicators are 13, 14, and 15. Weslaco ISD obtained a superior achievement rating with a perfect score of 100 points out of a maximum 100 points for the fiscal years 2015-16, 16-17, 17-18, and this year that we're presenting now, 2018-2019. The first rating is one of two report cards that the district receives in finance. The other report card is the annual financial audit report. This public hearing was advertised in the Monitor on Friday, December 4th, no later than 10 days before the initial hearing as required. And since we have to postpone the meeting, we advertise again today in the Monitor. I'll start with the first indicator. Indicator 1, as the complete annual financial report and the data was submitted to TEA within 30 days of our deadline, which is January 28th. Our annual financial report was submitted to TA on January 23, 2020. So we did pass the indicator, and we did also the prior year. Indicator 2A is asking if the audit financial report statements as a whole. Unmodified opinion means a clean opinion that there was nothing, they didn't find anything wrong, any non-compliance or anything, and we did get an unmodified opinion in the audit. Indicator 2B is asking if the external independent auditor reported that the audit financial report was free of any instances of material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting and compliance for local, state, or federal funds. There were no material weaknesses or internal controls that were reported by the auditors. So we did pass the indicator again. Indicator 3, was the school district in compliance with payment terms of all debt agreements at fiscal year end? We have 4 maintenance tax notes and 3 bonds, and we made all the payments in time. So the answer is there were no disclosures in the annual financial report and or other sources of information concerning defaults on any debt agreements. So we passed the indicator. Indicator 4, did the school district make timely payments to the Teacher Retirement System, which is the TRS, the Texas Workforce Commission for Unemployment Insurance, or the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, or other governmental agencies? The district made timely payments to the TRS, TWC, IRS, and other governmental agencies. So we passed the indicator. Indicator 5 was not rated by TEA for any school district or charter school on both fiscal years. Indicator 6 was the number of cash on hand and current investments in the general fund for the school district was insufficient to cover operating expenditures, excluding facilities acquisition and construction. The number of days of cash in hand needed to obtain the 10 points is 90 days or more, which is 3 months. Weslaco ISD had enough cash in hand for 116 days, almost 4 months of cash. Cash is not the same as fund balance. It's just the cash that we have available. Was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district sufficient to cover short-term debt? The ratio for the district was 3.83, almost 4 times. The ratio needed was 3. That means we had more current assets, almost 4 times more current assets than liabilities. Thank you. Well, that was ratio 7, and we passed it. Ratio 8 was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the school district sufficient to support long-term solvency. It also asks if the school district change of students' membership over 5 years was 10% or more, then the school district would pass the indicator. They give us 2 options to pass, going by the long-term liabilities to total assets. The ratio that we have, the ratio to obtain 10 points was 0.60. It had to be 0.60 or less. The district ratio is 0.33. That means we have 1/3 less. Let me put it the other way. We have total assets 3 times more than long-term liabilities. So we have a lot more. So because of that, we passed the ratio. On indicator 9, did the school district general fund revenues equal or exceed expenditures, excluding facilities acquisition and construction. If not, another option was the school district's number of days of cash on hand greater than or equal to 60 days. So our general fund revenues exceeded expenditures by 5,654,000. So we have a lot more revenue than expenditures. So we did pass the indicator again. Indicator 10 is asking if the debt service coverage ratio was sufficient to meet required debt service. Debt service means the principal and interest that we had to pay on the maintenance tax notes or the bonds. The maximum points are 10. The ratio needed to get the points is 1.20 or higher. The Weslaco ISD's ratio is 2.19. So we had enough to pay our debt. So we passed. Next page, thank you. Indicator 11, was the school district's administrative cost ratio equal to or less than the threshold ratio? The ratio needed to obtain 10 points is less than or equal to 8.55. Our ratio is 6.82. You can see that it's lower, so we passed the indicator as well. Indicator 12, did the school district not have a 15% decline in students? A 15% decline in students to staff ratio over 3 years. If the student enrollment did not decrease, the school district will automatically pass the indicator. So the decline of students to staff ratio was negative 1.23%. So we did pass the indicator. Indicator 13, did the comparison of public education information management system, which is PIMS, was the data to the similar data or like data in the financial information in the audit report, did it have a variance of less than 3%? There weren't too many differences on what we're reporting in the audit or we're reporting to TA in the PIMS program. So our difference was 0.00000. I lost count. Basically, we almost had no differences. It was almost to the T. So we passed the indicator as well. Indicator 14, did the external independent auditor indicate that the audit financial report was free of any instances of material non-compliance for grants, contracts, and laws related to local, state, or federal funds? There were no instances of material non-compliance for grants, contracts, and laws related to local, state, or federal funds in the audit report. So we did pass the indicator. And indicator 15, did the school district not receive an adjusted repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year for an over-allocation of foundation school program as a result of a financial hardship? We did not have any adjusted repayment. Sometimes when districts tell TA, when they're putting their information or projections for ADA, they put a high number. TA allocates funds for the next biennium a lot of money. And if school districts don't get the ADA they told TA they were going to have, then they have to adjust the payments. And they do that a lot. So we haven't had those problems, so we haven't had a schedule like that. Next page, please. Superintendent's contract. This is another requirement that has to be disclosed here. The superintendent's contract is published in the school district website. It's been there for many years. It is located at the bottom of the financial transparency section on the website of the school district. Next, please. This is the report that shows the travel expenditures of the superintendent and board trustees for fiscal year 2018-2019. And I won't read it because it would take a long time, but you can see here, it's broken down for everybody who was in office, Dr. Canales, and all the board members that were in office on that day, that year. You can see that towards the end, we have Mr. Oscar Caballero, who was in office for 2 months and some days. So we had to disclose that he had any travel, and he did attend a conference in September of that year. So there's a breakdown of meals and mileage, lodging, transportation, or other, and also a conference registration. Any expenditures spent on travel for them, whether they paid it and we reimburse them or the user paid it up front, we have to report it. And this is a summary of all the conferences they attended on school district business. We'll pause so that you can take a look at it. And it's got the information there. Okay, we'll go to the next page. Thank you. Outside compensation received by the superintendent. For fiscal year 2017, and this one says 17-18. For 17-18 and for 18-19, there were no outside compensation received by Dr. Canales as superintendent. Now, in case some superintendent do consulting work somewhere else, it had to be reported to TA. So Dr. Canales did not have any for 2017-18 or 2018-2019. Next, please. Thank you. In this slide, we're showing we need to report any gifts received by the superintendents or board members, it should say superintendent or board members during fiscal year 2018-2019. Gifts received in excess of $100 received by them or their first degree relatives, if any, in fiscal year 2018-2019. So I ask all the board members, superintendent, there's a document that they have to submit that indicates whether they had any gifts that are $100 or more that they received. And everybody said no. So there's none reported by anybody. Next. And this slide shows any business transactions between Weslaco ISD and board members or family for fiscal year 2018-2019. And in this case, there was one instance when, as you can see, Mr. Oscar Caballero, he works for the company Dean Foods, which is the one that provides the Hygiea milk and orange juice and other product that we use for our cafeterias. These items, we buy them through the company, which is an approved vendor under the Region 1 Purchasing Cooperative for the National School Lunch Program. School district buy from the vendor that they have. So this is not something we went out for bids. We went to somebody, and we've been doing business with this company for a long time. So it is reported, and it has been reported for every year he's been working for the company that he was board member. He got reported, so that is shown in here as well. Next slide. The next 3 pages that I have, this is the actual report from TA, and it's hard to see, but we can post it on the website. TA has it where they show. Can you see the screen that I'm making it bigger or no? Can you hear me? Okay. Well, this report shows every indicator that I mentioned. All the information that I said is indicated here in every line. Indicator 1, 2A, 2B, they're all listed there. And it shows the calculations, what I mentioned, that I said, for example, the one that says the auto report got submitted to TA by a certain time. It shows there that the date that it was submitted. And it shows everything. The ratios are calculated, so they are all listed there. And that is the one that showed that the district got the pass, we got superior rating, and that we have 100 points for the rating. Now, at this time, I'm open for questions from the board, or after the board finishes, if anybody needs to call in. When we advertise the public hearing, we advertise the phone number that they could call to ask any questions on this. Does anybody have any questions on it, on the presentation? Yes, I can hear. I was hearing a while ago, I don't hear anymore. Can you hear me? I am not muted, but the presentation says mute and all. If anybody saying anything, I cannot hear. Mike, Carlos, is your mic muted? The mic where the presentation is being presented from? The screen that's presenting shows that it's muted. I don't know if that matters or not. Does anybody have any questions? Nieto, you muted. I cannot hear anything.
We'll be a minute. Just hold on.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I can hear now.
Got it? Can you hear me now, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, sir. I can. Monday.
Okay. First comment, as you mentioned that we have cash on hand for 4 months, correct?
Yes, yes. For the 18-19 year, we did. At the end of the year, yeah, we did.
Okay. And how much do we have in our fund balance currently?
Oh, it's some. This is not. But I don't remember the figure. Hold on. I can look it up. And this is not a final number because it needs to be confirmed by the auditors.
Okay.
But but 35.3 million. The unassigned fund balance.
Correct. And how many years have you received, you and the business office received this rating? At least 99 or 100? How many years did you say for?
A total of 18 years. Ever since the program started, we had superior achievement.
Okay. And what used to be indicator number 5? What was the indicator that one that you had before? You don't remember?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
I can provide it to the board in the app later on, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, good job on the number of, the presentation and where we're at. Continue to doing the good job that you have. That's all I had. Those few comments.
Well, the business office staff put in a lot of effort, a lot of work on so that we can have this type of a financial report.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more comments from other trustees?
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Good work with you and your team, for always keeping us on track there. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Andres, as always, outstanding. Keep up the good work, and thank you for your diligence in keeping us in the black.
You're welcome, sir. Appreciate it.
Mr. President and Mr. Sanchez, there are 4 callers. I don't know if any of those callers want to speak.
That be item 4, public comments on the financial integrity rating system of Texas.
Yes.
Okay, you take them in order.
You don't need to read that script because it's a public hearing and the comments are related to the public hearing. There's no reason to read off that public comment script.
Okay.
Name and address.
Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by.
You don't have to read that. It's public.
Okay, so I don't have to read that.
Correct. You just get
Okay,
their,
well,
get
I
the,
misunderstood, so.
yes. Just the names and the addresses.
Your name and address, please?
Did you put them through?
Are you talking?
Our first caller? Did you have a comment? We have a caller with the last two digits of 59. Would you like to speak?
State your name and address.
If not, we can move to the second caller. Last two digits, 63 of the phone number. If there's no comment there, the next caller with a 69 at the end of the phone number, would you like to speak?
None?
None. Then there's no more comments, Mr. President.
If there were no more comments, we can proceed with the adjournment. The time is 6:24, and we adjourn this public hearing. That will now take us to the board workshop, correct? Good evening. My name is Armando Cuellar Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 6:25. And I call this workshop to order. We have no public comments? None.
We have none.
Okay. Being that it is a workshop, we don't have to have a quorum present, so. Item 3, discussion on proposed resolution regarding extension of leave for COVID-19. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, thank you very much. And we do have board committees. Last Friday on December 11th, administration met with the board committee members who are Trustee Trevino, Trustee Nieto, and Trustee Dr. Rodriguez to talk about this possible resolution. The Families First Coronavirus Act, which we call FFCRA, was in effect due to the pandemic from April the 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, unless extended. We have not received word that the federal government or any other source will be extending it. We did have the committee meet to discuss the possibility of going above and beyond for our employees in the spring semester, since FFCRA ends on December 31st, 2020. It adds 2 new options for leave available to employees. The first one was the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, up to 10 days for employees who were positive with COVID-19 and/or had to quarantine because of COVID-19. The other part of this act had to do with expanded family and medical leave. For teachers, staff members with children 3 and under, they were allowed to take expanded family and medical leave for 2/3 their pay. Both of those things expire December 31st, 2020, before the new year. I have Mr. De La Rosa, who is the risk manager, leads us for our school district. He is online and available to add information. So we did look at the possibilities and came up with some recommendations. And this is a discussion and action item later in today's, well, when we have our regular board meeting. So we are looking at extending the first part, which is EPSL, for employees who are lab confirmed positive with COVID-19 and employees who are required to quarantine due to a directive from our school district for on-site exposure. The second part for the expanded family medical leave, we discussed allowing people currently on expanded family medical leave to take care of children 3 and under to continue until that leave is exhausted. And there are timelines when they'll be exhausted for each employee on it, with the condition that to be paid as a certified teacher, this would be teachers, they'd have to, at their regular contractual rate, on the condition that they are able to teach remotely until the leave is exhausted. Most of the leave will be exhausted sometime in February. So that is some information that we wanted to share as part of the workshop. Mr. De La Rosa, is there anything you would like to add?
No, good evening, Dr. Canales, Coach Boya. That's pretty much the gist of it during our conversations with the board workshop. Again, this is basically like choosing options for a car. There are many different ways we can go about this, but based on the feedback from the committee that we had on Friday, it was to grant an additional 10 days under the emergency paid sick leave. And the second option was to extend the expanded family medical leave to let them exhaust their 12 weeks on the condition that they are able to provide instruction from home at their full pay, not the 2/3.
Dr. Canales, just to clarify, the extra 10 days, the extra 10 paid days, that would apply to any employee, even if they've already used 10 days during this year, 2020 year, correct?
Yes, if an employee used it, so the Board of Trustees would authorize an additional 10 days of paid leave for all regular employees, contractual, non-contractual, salaried and non-salaried, who are lab positive or are required to quarantine at the directive of the district. And that would be particularly for an on-site exposure. So it would extend it for all. So if I had COVID-19 and was sent home and used this in the fall semester, and I was exposed again somehow and became COVID-19 positive, lab confirmed positive again in the spring, I would be allowed to use this. We work with employees who can work from home and they don't have to use this leave if they're able to do so.
Thank you.
This one will be effective all the way to the end of the calendar year?
It would be effective into the end of the 2020-21 school year.
Okay, good.
It would not carry over to future school years.
Correct.
We would end it at the end of the year.
Okay.
The emergency family medical leave, is this at the 12 weeks, 2/3 their pay you said, or the regular?
We would,
Okay.
under the condition, these are teachers, so under the condition that they can teach full-time from home, provide the education to the children, it would be at their full pay until they exhaust their 60 days, which for most of them, it would be in February, sometime in February.
José
So that would be conditional.
No comment.
Mr. De Los Santos, anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Canales?
No, sir, it is the
If
discussion and
not,
action item.
then the time now is 6:32. and I call this workshop to be adjourned.
So move.
Okay, we need a little time, right, before we can, okay, let's take a little break, and then we'll continue with the regular board meeting. Armando Cuellar Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meet and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 6:42, and I call this meeting to order. I will now call the name of board members present. Mr. Nieto,
Present.
Mrs. Sustaita,
Present.
Coach Trevino,
Present.
Dr. Rodriguez,
Here.
Mr. De Los Santos,
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez, and myself, Armando Cuellar. Before we have the opening prayer, I'm asking for a moment of silence for the loss of a very dear friend, Mrs. Sue Peterson, and her family. Item 3, opening prayer. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, this evening we have Mrs. Mary Yanez, a counselor from Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School, who will deliver the invocation. Mrs. Yanez, welcome and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody present. My name is Mary Yanez. I am a counselor at Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School. Thank you for the opportunity you have given me today to lead this board meeting in prayer. So as we go before the Lord in prayer this evening. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today, thanking you first of all for allowing us to gather here. We pray that you may bless this meeting and bless everyone who takes part in this meeting to make decisions for our school district. We thank you for our health, our families, our school district, our staff, and our students. We pray for healing today for those who are going through COVID sickness, and we pray for comfort and peace for those who have lost loved ones to this disease. We do pray that as we are coming to an end of this first semester of this school year, that you may continue to guide us and illuminate us to make wise choices for the prospering of our school district and for our safety. I pray for our school board leaders today, as well as our administration, who work hard to ensure that our district flourishes, but also who work hard to make decisions that will bless our staff and our students. Father, bless this reunion and bless each and every one present here today with your love, your wisdom, your favor, and your grace. We love you, Heavenly Father, and we humbly ask all of this in your precious name, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you so much, and you all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Thanks.
Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by an 8th grader from Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School. Mateo Houston is a son of Patrick and Amy Houston. Mateo credits his parents and teachers for all the successes he has experienced at Cuellar Middle School. He has received a perfect score on the science benchmark and has recently auditioned and earned 4th chair in Region 28 Middle School All-Region Orchestra. He is also taking High School Algebra 1 and English 1 as an 8th grader. Mateo plans to attend South Texas College or UTRGV and then transfer to UT or Texas A&M to complete a bachelor's and a master's in math or economics. Mr. Mateo Houston, he also serves on the Student Advisory Committee for our district among the middle school students.
Thank you. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Matthew, now the United States pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
The
States
United
of
States of
America
America and to the republic for which it stands, one
one
nation.
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mateo, for being here with us this evening. We wish
Thank
you
you
and your
very much
family
for
well.
that rendition. Item 5, awards and recognitions. Dr. Canales?
Board trustees, we have several recognitions, students and staff that we'd like to present this evening. I'm in charge of that, and I need to go back to the presentation. Give me a second. It's not showing, so I did something wrong. I need to go to present mode. Oh, I didn't do it right. Oh, right here. I need to put it. Okay. Okay, Mr. Robledo, Carlos Robledo will be leading us through the awards and recognitions. Mr. Robledo.
Good evening, Board President. Good evening, Board. We have several students, lots of students, and a couple of staff members that we would like to recognize at our December board meeting. We will start with several of our high school students who were selected this summer for the prestigious Texas Boys State and Texas Bluebonnet Girls State Leadership Conference. Our students' organizations organized local governments, entities, political parties, and even ran for office this summer. Both conferences were held virtually. We'll start off recognizing the young men from Texas Boys State delegates from Weslaco East, and we have Zeke Negrete and Jordan Velasquez. Representing Weslaco High School, delegates for Texas Boys State. If we can see the next slide, please, Dr. Canales, where we have photos of Ryan Perez, Brian Peña, Rafael Rodriguez, Aaron Tamez, and Zachary de los Santos. Congratulations to the boys. Let's take a look at the girls from Texas Bluebonnet Girls State delegates representing Weslaco East. We have Marian Cusena, Julian Garcia, Mona Zavala, Michaela Lucio, Raquel Ramos, and Paula Rodriguez. Congratulations, girls from Weslaco East. And from Weslaco High School, we have Emily Cortez, Reina Johnson, Lauren Buttermer, Jordan Diaz, Olivia Canales, Daniela Garza. These Leadership State Conference serve to empower young men and women to become community and civic leaders. We congratulate these students for representing Weslaco ISD at the state level. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Outstanding, outstanding. And we're very proud of y'all, and also thank your sponsors for the work that they've done with y'all. So thank you very much.
We will continue on with the awards and recognition. We'll start off with recognizing some prominent band students. We have several high school students who recently competed for a spot on the Texas Musician Educators Association All District and All Region Bands. We'll start off with Weslaco East High School. In the flutes, we have Michaela Moreno and Victoria Cruz, who won a spot in the All District Band. Julia Lopez was selected to the All District Band, All Region Band, and advanced to pre-area. Also making All District Band, All Region Band, and advancing to pre-area are Sydney Caballero in the clarinet and Isabella Sanchez in the trumpet. Their director is Armando Guayar. Next slide, please, for Weslaco High
School. Band director, not me.
From Weslaco High School, making All District Band, we have Rosalind de Santiago in the flute. We also have Litsi Sidi in the French horn, Justin Garcia in trombone. Making All District Band and 9th grade Region Band are Angela Reyes in the flute, Christina Aguilar alto saxophone, Anthony Ortiz also advanced to pre-area trumpet. Next slide, please. Making the All District Band and the All Region Band, advancing to pre-area are Emily Van Tilburg in the flute, Raymond Sanchez in clarinet, Connor Bustillos in the French horn, Abraham Mireles and Joseph Cordona in the baritone. Next slide, please. From the percussion section, Fernando Perez and Anthony Anciso, Oliver Serrano and Caleb Caballero. The director for the band at Weslaco High School, Rodrigo Leal. Congratulations to all our great band students.
Absolutely. Congratulations to all of you, and we wish you all the very best that you advance and take it all the way to state. For your sponsors, also congratulations.
Up next, we'd like to recognize this young man right here, someone we know very, very well over at Weslaco ISD. Tonight, we celebrate a special occasion for our Weslaco East High School head girls basketball coach who recently celebrated his 400th win. We congratulate William C. Cromer, also known as Chris Cromer, for this career milestone. Coach Cromer began his career at Weslaco ISD in 2002 at the newly created Weslaco East High School. As the head coach of the Lady Wildcats basketball program, Weslaco East has advanced to the playoffs for 10 years and at one time made it 8 consecutive playoff appearances. The Lady Wildcats have won 2 district championship titles and a bi-district title. Coach Cromer, through the years, has coached and mentored hundreds of student athletes and helped them not only be perfect in the game, but also become better citizens. Congratulations, Coach Cromer, on your 400th win.
Congratulations, Chris. I remember having that conversation way back when we were applying for that position, and turns out we made one heck of a choice. So congrats, and we wish you the best and continued success, Coach.
This month, we'd also like to recognize our WISD award for someone. It's the A+ award, with quick action led to the apprehension of a trespassing individual. After observing a male suspect jump a fence surrounding 2 schools, this security guard promptly placed both campuses on lockdown and contacted local law enforcement. Law enforcement officers later arrested this individual who was apparently fleeing a nearby home after a stabbing. We commend this security guard on her vigilance and quick thinking, ensuring the safety of all staff and students that day. From the district's Safety and Security Department, the Employee of the Month is Belinda Andrade.
Congratulations, Belinda, and thank you for your outstanding service.
That concludes our awards and recognition.
Thank you, Carlos. Great job. We now go to item 6, proclamation for School Board Recognition Month for January 2021. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, whereas the mission of the public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society in an ever-changing world. And whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. And whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Dr. Priscilla Canales, Superintendent of the Weslaco Independent School District, do hereby declare my appreciation and the appreciation of the entire team to the members of the Weslaco ISD School Board and proclaim the month of January 2021 as School Board Recognition Month. I urge everyone to join us in January 2021 to recognize our school board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Canales. We now will go to item 7, public comments. Understand we have 2. Before we bring them on, I'd like to read something to them. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place on the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Carlos?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
State your name and address, please.
This is Maria Flores at 303 Delma Street and Delilah Whitaker. Delilah, are you there? Yes, at 2341 Camino de Verdad.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, and Costa Trevino will keep time. He'll let you know at the 4-minute mark that you have 1 minute left. You may proceed.
President Cuellar, members of the board, Dr. Canales, members of the cabinet and attendees. My name is Delilah Whitaker, and I'm accompanied today by Maria S. Flores. We are here today representing the first graduating class of Weslaco East, a class of as a class, we have been meeting virtually to discuss Mrs. Peterson's retirement and finding the proper way to honor her legacy. Unfortunately, as many of you know, lost Mrs. Peterson early this week. Because of the passing, this means so much more to us. In brainstorming ways to honor her, what her work has meant to us and many others at Weslaco East High School, Weslaco Independent School District, and the community, we have raised funds and now can successfully start the Sue Peterson Scholarship. We know Mrs. Peterson has always been about giving back to the youth of Weslaco and providing opportunities for students like us to thrive and succeed. The class of 2004 is dedicated to assuring that the scholarship goes on for years to come, so that students who graduate from Weslaco East High School that unfortunately will not have the privilege of meeting Mrs. Peterson can in some way learn about her love and dedication towards them. Our hope is that the Sue Peterson Scholarship will be a small way of honoring Ms. Peterson and doing what we know she would have wanted us to do. Pay it forward to the future of the community of Weslaco and giving someone the support needed to thrive like she did to so many of us. This is also a small way to honor the legacy of the first and always #1 Wildcat. The class of 2004 may not have made the playoffs in football or may not have ever won a game, but we can proudly say that we have had the most heart, love, and dedication to the East Side. Traits that were instilled to us by Sue Peterson back in 2000 when we stepped foot into WEHS for the first time. Our 2004 class motto was always together, never apart, maybe in distance, but never at heart. Ms. Peterson, we may not be together at 810 South Pleasant View anymore, but we will forever be together at heart. Thank you, Mr. Cuellar, President Cuellar, Board Trustees, Dr. Canales, and the Cabinet.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Try it again.
Good evening, Mr. Board President. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
State your name and your address.
Yes, Mr. Coach. This is Mr. Edward Mejia. My address is here in Weslaco, Texas.
You may proceed at the 4-minute mark.
Coach, one second, Coach. I want to ask, with your approval real quick, before you start my 5 minutes, I just want to send my condolences on behalf of the class of 2005 and the first class I was with Ms. Peterson back in Roosevelt Intermediate. Our condolences to the lovable Mrs. Peterson, and our thoughts and prayers are with her, and we will always miss her. I wanted to say that before my 5 minutes have begun, Mr. President.
Okay.
Can I begin?
You may.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board. I come to you not only as a proud product of Weslaco ISD and as an extremely concerned constituent of our great city, to publicly state how unhappy I, along with many in our community, are on the current state of our great district. Whoever imagined we'd have a superintendent whose main focus was going into Mars, to a lady who clearly destroyed La Voz del Valle, and currently a superintendent whose open door policy is non-existent and makes no time for the parents, staff, and community members of our great city. Who would have ever imagined we would have high-level employees earning huge salaries whom are not qualified to the ones that are being paid, who are being paid under average. The days of favoritism are over, and we, the constituents of our great city of Weslaco, will no longer, and I do mean no longer, tolerate this abuse anymore. We will be watching and truly hope for that this shining district we're all proud of to call our home can be shown once again. Again, I want to congratulate the new board that's been installed recently. And as they know very well, they came out and spoke in drones. And hopefully we can get back to where we are once upon a time when this district was a place where everyone loved to be a part of. So again, I thank you for allowing me to come and speak before you all. And I wish you all a very great and Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Mejia. Thank you. That concludes the public comments, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Carlos. We now go to item 8, Superintendent's Report.
Board of Trustees, we have 5 items to report on. The first one is COVID-19 updates and testing. We continue to keep track of COVID-19 and the number of cases in our county. On November 9th, 2020, there were 36,884 confirmed cases with 2,540 active cases and 198 new cases on the day that the report was extracted. On December 17th, 2020, there's 47,799 total COVID-19 cases. There's 2,576 total active cases and 522 new daily COVID-19 cases. We do have on our district dashboard the number of COVID cases by campus. This report was recently pulled. We had some problems with technology this week. So please bear with us if the number is a little bit off once we double and triple check. We are updating the positives daily for both students and staff, and we are updating and removing any students or staff that are no longer are active in terms of COVID-19. We remove them on Wednesday and Friday. So we have 10 student positives and 13 staff positives. We also have the summary by school and district. And although this is small, the total number of cases in our district is 23. In addition to that, a group of superintendents, all the superintendents from Region 1, we did get together and we did write a letter to the Commissioner, Commissioner Morath, the Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency. Board of Trustees, we take direction from the Texas Education Agency. There was a series of waivers that were allowed at the beginning of the school year. They expired. And as superintendents in Region 1, we did speak to each other and then drafted the letter about the rise of COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations, and considering a potential surge in the spread of the pandemic in our communities following the holiday season. The Region 1 school districts and charter schools respectively request your approval of a waiver to implement the following COVID-19 emergency on-campus attendance plan. So we asked the commissioner to consider school districts and charter schools, those located in Region 1 counties, including Hidalgo County, that experience a hospitalization rate higher than 15%, as reported by the Texas Department of Health Services, will take steps to implement this plan as a minimum framework no later than Monday, January 4th, 2021, and for the following 20 days of instruction. All school systems will continue to offer remote instruction for 100% of the families. At the same time, rapid COVID-19 testing will be made available for those priority students and staff who choose to attend on-campus instruction. Please allow funding to continue, we ask our commissioner, regardless of instructional delivery method offered. We make this request for the safety and protection of our students and staff. Respectfully, Region 1 superintendents. There was a news conference also on this letter, and so we're waiting to hear from Commissioner Morath as a team of superintendents in Region 1. Also related to COVID-19, we do survey parents prior to the upcoming grading period. This is the most recent survey that has to do with the fourth grading period, which begins on January the 5th, 2021. So in terms of total respondents, we had 4,538, which is 27%, because those responses are per student. We have 16,623 students, 4,538 responses were received, which is 27%. 3,837, which is 83% of the parents are indicating that they want instruction at home through remote learning. And 701 or 15% want it in school, on campus. The way things stand with the Texas Education Agency, we must offer on-campus instruction to the parent of children, to the parents choosing the children to be on campus for instruction. We have also been exploring COVID-19 testing. We will be having a complete testing program in our district, and I do have Ms. Kaufman. Ms. Kaufman, are you available?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kaufman is our district test coordinator. She is our lead nurse. She's our go-to person when we have questions regarding health, no matter what it is, including the COVID-19 pandemic. So Ms. Kaufman, would you like to share what we're doing?
Yes, ma'am. Currently today, we actually received our TDEM testing. Fortunately, the distribution center is across the street from our warehouse. The tests have been secured in a temperature-controlled room. Mr. Orlando Pena knows what the parameters are, and he will help us to distribute them to the schools. Once they're distributed to the schools, it's very important that we keep track of these, because we won't get more if we don't log in what's going to be given out. They won't send us more until they know how many we've used.
Okay, and for the TDM test is a rapid test from the Texas Education Agency. We applied earlier in the week, and Mrs. Kaufman, the tests have arrived in our district, correct?
Yes, yes. We're in the process of securing a biohazard company, because our systems have been down. I don't know if Stericycle, what TDM suggested that I do is talk to the local fire department. I spoke with Mr. Stubbs, and he relayed that we should use Stericycle, that they've been very pleased with them, and they felt that they were the most economical to use. That's also what Mercedes is using. And then we will need to train the staff.
Dr. Canales, this is Sergio Garcia. May I provide more information on the presentation?
Yes, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Canales. Good evening, Mr. Cuellar, members of the board. Ms. Susan Kaufman and I have been working on this plan, on this preliminary plan for the COVID testing. And as Ms. Kaufman mentioned, we just submitted the opt-in application earlier in the week, and here we are. We already have the test kits in our possession, so we're very, very excited to be able to provide this opportunity for our staff and our students. Can you please go to the next slide? We have preliminary information for you. We have started, Ms. Kaufman and I have started working on the tentative plan, but we are hoping that with your questions and your comments, we can finalize a plan and create a comprehensive plan to execute the program. So basically the information, the guidance that we're getting from the state is information that I've provided here for you and for the viewing audience. We're going to be using these tests as additional screening to prevent the virus from coming onto campus. And also, this is going to be another source of testing so that we can quickly respond by removing any individual that has tested positive. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are given the option of either doing a targeted response approach, which means that we will test anybody that has any symptoms, or move on to the screening, and then we're going to move on to the screening for those, or we also have the opportunity for the asymptomatic individuals. So in the plan, in the initial plan, we have identified 4 phases based on the information that we've received from the state, and as well, we've also looked at other plans throughout the state. And Ms. Kaufman and I agree that this is the way that we would like to move forward with this plan. In phase 1, it would be for symptomatic staff members only, as we previously mentioned. For phase 2, the testing would be for symptomatic staff and students. Of course, any students, any individuals that are under the age of 18, we must acquire the parent or the guardian permission before we test. Then we're going to move on to phase number 3, which is basically the same as 1 and 2, with the addition of the asymptomatic and those students or staff that are exposed to COVID staff members. And then finally, at phase number 4, the testing the same as 1, 2, and 3, but we will add the asymptomatic and exposure to the COVID students. Next slide, please. So just we assumed that there would be a lot of questions about the preliminary plan. So we went ahead and provided some information for you. How long does it take to get test results? The test it takes, of course, very little time, and we will get the results within 15 minutes. How will it be administered? They will be administered with a nasal swab, through the shallow front of the nostrils. The adults will be able to self-administer the test with the oversight of the test administrator at the campuses. And we also wanted to provide the accuracy of the test because we know that this is very important to everyone. So for patients that are showing symptoms for fewer than 7 days, the accuracy of the test is 97.1 for a true positive or 98.5 for a true negative. Next slide, please. Okay. Where will the testing take place? Ms. Kaufman and I discussed this in detail, and we've decided that we would do it at all the campuses. We do have some departments that are at the individual campuses, for example, the custodial staff, the nursing staff, but we would also like to include other departments to test at the campus sites. The nurses and the LVNs, with some administrators as needed, will be trained to assist the adults to administer the test themselves. Will training be provided? Yes, we already have the tutorials on TDEM so that we can provide the training to all staff. How will the plan be communicated? It is very important that we communicate the plan to all stakeholders, including teachers, staff, students, parents, and the community. And we will do this through different means, through our website, through social media. So we plan to communicate this plan throughout. Excuse me. Will test administrators need PPE? We currently have our PPE, our own PPE, but the state will also provide the testing PPE that will be included with the test kits. How will the used test be handled? Ms. Kaufman mentioned earlier about the biohazard waste protocol that we will be establishing. So we're working on that. What happens if and when someone tests positive? We're also working on the protocol for positive cases. Does the district have to report test results? Yes, we do. And we will be reporting the test results again to TDM via the S-Track, and that's their system where we will provide these results. And then how will the used supplies be replaced? So when we administer the tests, then we need to provide a weekly report to DSHS so that we can replace any used test kits. Okay, where will test kits be stored? As Ms. Kaufman mentioned earlier, they will be stored in a climate-controlled environment. I know that Ms. Kaufman has been in communication with Mr. Orlando Peña over at Warehouse to ensure that that we, store the kits in a controlled environment. We are hoping that in order to make it very feasible and convenient for everyone, we plan to have a system for appointments so that people will not just show up, but and make it, convenient for everyone to provide or to make appointments so that we can make it very convenient for everyone and safe as well. Again, this is the information. This is a preliminary information that we have. Board members, Dr. Canales, if there's any questions or any comments, we welcome those because we want to be able to provide a very comprehensive testing plan for our district.
Dr. Garcia,
Yes, sir.
these test kits that you say are in a secure place or a safe place, do they require any temperature settings or anything like that?
Yes, sir. Actually, the temperature setting has to be between 36 and 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've already discussed that, sir, with Mr. Orlando Peña. And I think Ms. Kaufman and he agreed on a climate. Is that correct, Ms. Kaufman?
No, the temperatures are 70 to 86 degrees. And Orlando said that he would keep them probably around 75 degrees.
Okay.
And do we have a backup emergency generator or something? Should we lose power and so forth? Things happen. We're going to lose these test kits.
That is correct, Mr. Cuellar. And I don't have an answer for you, but I'm sure we do. But I will provide that information and any other information that the board requests through the board update.
Thank you.
But I will follow up on that, sir.
Anybody else?
I have two questions. I was reading about this online and researching this program. And you say that we're probably going to need appointments preferably appointments. But obviously the kids who are showing symptoms at school would go to the nurse's office and get the test done as well as staff?
That is correct. Those are going to be the students or the staff that are symptomatic. Those will not need appointments. Obviously, if they have any symptoms, they come to us and we're going to take care of those immediately. The screening ones, the ones that are just want to be able to test, just to, for peace of mind, those are the people. And again, Mr. Staita, I think that what we need to, this is very new to us. And I think that depending on the amount of people who are interested, because this is optional, obviously, as we dive into this, we'll see how many people are interested in testing. So there might not be even a reason to have to set up appointments.
Okay. I did.
Excuse me. One other thing is that actually the parents have to sign a permission slip prior to doing it. And what the other districts and what they suggest to do is that we'll do a tutorial with the parents and they will actually test their child. They need to register so the testing center has all of their immediate information.
Thank you. The children, the students who are home, that are learning from home remotely, and they're showing symptoms, are these tests available also for them because they're part of our WISD family to go to the school and take the test?
Yes, they will be made available for them as well.
Okay, and my last question, because that was just the phases. You said you're going to do it in phases. How long in between each phase are we going to move to the next phase? Is it like a monthly thing or a weekly thing, or how are we going to move from phase one to phase two?
Ms. Kaufman, Ms. Kaufman,
That'll be depend on our proficiency. The idea, when you do anything, you want to implement a continuous quality improvement type of approach. So we will initiate with the staff. And once we become proficient at all schools, it's recommended that the coordinator be at each testing site when this begins. And since we have 19 testing sites, and I'm one person, all of that's we're just gonna see how it goes. I'm hoping that it's going to go well and we will transition through these phases quite quickly, but I can't guarantee that.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Staita, those are very good questions. And as I mentioned earlier, those are very good questions so that we can finalize a comprehensive plan. So we'll make sure that all that information is detailed in the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Ms. Kaufman, move on.
How many kits did we receive?
130,040.
What they do, Mr. Trevino, is the way that we are allotted those kits, and actually that sounds like a lot, but of course Ms. Kaufman is the one who's taking care of that aspect of the testing. But the way that we are allotted these testing kits, is through the information they are provided from the county and the state as far as the cases in the area. Is that correct, Ms. Kaufman? Did I explain that properly?
Yes, it's based on our student count from last year. It's just like the same thing that our PPE was based on.
Mrs. Kaufman, what kind of feedback are you getting from our school nurses in regards to their comfort level in administering these tests?
They're not real comfortable, but I'm hoping that we can. I think once they find out that it's a self-administered test, and that we're going to provide the testing will be done outside. What my vision is that we'll have a testing booth for the nurse that will be made of plexiglass, kind of like the old-fashioned movie theater booth. And at the very bottom, a very slight slit will be open, and because when you do the test, the nurse has to put the reagent on the card. Then they'll slide it under the plexiglass. The individual will take it. They'll go away from the nurse. The nurse will observe the testing, and it has to be done within 3 minutes. So the nurse will have a timer. That timer, it also has to be read within 15 minutes. So there'll be a registration area, a testing area, or a testing preparing area, and then a testing area. There'll be 3 different sites within the purview of the nurse.
Okay. Just want us to be mindful of, if somebody doesn't feel comfortable for whatever reason, let's just have those backups.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Because a lot of people have been affected by COVID and this is very disturbing to them. When I first started thinking about doing this, that was my number one concern. I'm here to protect children, but I'm also here to protect the nurses. So I want to ensure that we can make this plan in an area, in a place that they're going to understand the science of it. And that's why we added the administrators. So if we had a nurse that was adamant about not testing, then we would have a backup.
Thank you, Mrs. Kaufman.
Oh, and the TEA does not mandate that the nurses have to do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question, Ms. Coffin.
Yes, sir.
Will you be administrating the test every week or every 2 weeks, or just whenever students or staff have symptoms?
Well, that's what we've been, the first couple weeks we do it. What I thought we would test on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays in the morning prior to anyone coming on campus.
Okay.
And then once we start testing students, we'll have to, that's probably when we're going to have more test administrators, because we only have 2 nurses at most of the schools, but we have a couple schools with 1. So if the nurse is watching the kids in the isolation room, someone else may have to do the testing.
Okay. But you'll test staff every week or every 2 weeks, even if they don't have the symptoms, or not?
Only if they want to. This is all voluntary. And remember, even if they test positive, they still have to be seen by a physician.
Correct. Now, have you determined with your group or with Dr. Canales on tier 1 staff, like for example, security guards that come in contact with students every day, custodial that cleans all rooms every day, bus drivers that drive the students to school, and of course the teachers that are in the classroom with them? Wouldn't they be first priority versus, administration or counselors or maintenance workers that they don't come in contact with students as much, but they still come in contact? So I think if we have 2 groups where those that come in contact with students more often should test more often, every week or every 2 weeks, whatever you all determine. And then the other ones should test every 2 weeks. Depends whatever you have.
And we can distribute, we could, it's hard to get, the bus drivers, they're a very special group to me. I do a lot of training with them. And we may just have to set up a testing site at transportation, because having them try to come to the campus, they don't know people. So we can train somewhere there to do it.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
I have one recommendation, Dr. Canales. If we can somehow, there's other districts doing this right now. I know Harlingen and Mercedes. Maybe have Ms. Kaufman reach out to their lead nurse to see, because I can hear some. I'm sure people are frightened, but I think it's no different than teachers in classrooms or just our staff in classrooms. And this is something that needs to be, I think there's people doing it, and there's people that's been doing it since August, September, since when school started. And I think this could be very effective if everybody takes a proper proactive approach on this.
Yes, I have spoken to Mercedes, Sherryland, Harlingen. We have a nurse coordinators meeting, and we've been talking about this a lot.
Okay.
So some districts have had nurses quit because they didn't want to do it, and other nurses have, stepped up. So I truly think that if we do this in a safe and effective manner that meets everyone's needs, that we will be fine.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Los Santos, you have anything?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. Dr. Canales?
No, just one more thing to add is that we also have been testing our athletes and our fine arts students for quite a while now at the high school level. And we also are looking at curative, which is on the agenda today, so that we can have a complete, it's a different type of test than the rapid testing, and it just provides another resource for our families to be able to go to, our teachers, our students, all staff. So we'll talk a little bit about more of that in discussion and action item. And that concludes the COVID-19 portion of the superintendent's presentation. President Cuellar, I may go on to the average daily attendance. Mr. Sanchez watches average daily attendance. We get funded on ADA, the percentage of students attending school, the percentage of students in membership attending school. So Weslaco receives approximately $7,100 of ADA state funds for every student in attendance for the school year. Our budget for the school year is based on 15,200 ADA, average daily attendance. The ADA of the first and second 6 weeks of school, combined averages are slightly over the 15,200 ADA that we budgeted on. So that's just some information for our trustees. We do watch this carefully. Everybody does. Mr. Sanchez is on us and expressing this information to us. So we are budgeted, we're slightly above what we budgeted. So if there are no comments, I'll move on to insurance. And I'll ask Mr. De La Rosa to share the information, the report on insurance. Mr. De La Rosa.
Yes, good evening again, Dr. Canales, Coach Cuellar. This is a standard slide that we present every month on the self-funded health insurance plan. This runs from September 1st, 2020 through November 30th. We do a comparison this year versus last year. So as far as medical claims go, in the 1920 plan year, we paid approximately $2.3 million in claims. That's going to be all your doctor's visits, hospital costs, surgery, etc. Versus this year, we're at $2.9 million. And I'm approximating these figures to save time. That's an increase of approximately exactly 620,964.07. You move on to the next component of our benefit plan, which is the pharmacy benefit manager or prescription drug costs. Last year, we're at $957,327.11 versus this year at $1.6 million. So that's an increase of approximately $669,000. We're keeping an eye on that. We are seeing the cost of prescription drugs increase. Again, we're almost $1 million over this time last year, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Fixed costs are what are the administrative fees that we pay to Blue Cross and Blue Shield and our stop loss premiums that we pay per employee per month. Last year at this time, we're at just over $226,000 versus this year, we're at $658,000. And it does look like an increase of $431,000, but actually last year there was a couple months where they didn't charge us admin fees, and then we got some credits and rebates. So that will level off as the plan year goes on. So total spent on the plan, last year we're at $3.5 million versus this year we're at $5.2 million. That's approximately a 33.24% increase over last year. And that that total is net of $620,000 that we received in stop loss claims or stop loss reimbursements. So the plan is, again, it's working okay. We're just going to keep an eye on those prescription drug costs. And I'll open it up to any questions that anybody might have.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Mr. De La Rosa, what's our budget for our insurance?
We're budgeted approximately $20 million.
20 million. And we're at
We're at 5.2 million after the first quarter. So we're on track, hopefully, to break even.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
And I advise the board that normally I do also present the information on the workers' compensation slide. Due to the computer issues that we had this week, I wasn't able to get those reports, but I will send them out to you all in the update.
Mr. De La Rosa. So as of right now, you don't foresee any reason to show a lot of concern, or are we gonna be okay, or based on where we are and where we've been before?
It is a little concerning, Coach, especially the prescription drug costs. But again, we do have some staff members that are taking, very, very expensive drugs, and that's just part of the benefit we offer. There's really nothing we can do about that. But we'll keep an eye on it, Coach, and throughout the year, we'll make recommendations and suggestions to how we can potentially, save some dollars.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Canales.
Okay, for the next, we have House Bill 3 plans. I'm going to stop presenting so that Mr. Elias Trevino can present. House Bill 3, we're required to have literacy plans, numeracy plans, and college and career readiness, the military readiness plans. They are due to the state soon. The team has been working really, really hard, our strategists with teachers and administrators on developing these plans. So Mr. Aguilar, I know that we have several people presenting, and you will begin.
Thank you, Dr. Canales. Board President Cuellar, members of the board, thank you very much. We do have before you the HB3 board adopted plans and goals. In 2019, the Texas legislature passed a historic bill known as House Bill 3, and HB3 board adopted plans and goals was a significant component of it. Part of this plan, as Dr. Canales mentioned, is approving the early childhood literacy alignment to third grade STAR results, early childhood math alignment to STAR results, as well as college, career, and military readiness aligned to graduates to meet the readiness standards. Next slide. What you have here before you is a core committee of individuals that have worked carefully to create these plans, work on them, vet them out, have significant discussions from CNI, support staff, strategists, principals, all the way to our support staff, teachers and counselors, as well as campus administration played a significant role in this. Next slide. What you have here before you are plan requirements. Under HB3, school boards are required to adopt plans in early childhood literacy and math, as well as college, career, and military readiness. Plans are to include assigned district level administrator, which will be me, but we work collaboratively as a group to ensure that this was discussed throughout our district. Annual review by the board at a public meeting, annual report posted on district and campus websites, and specific quantifiable annual goals for 5 years at each campus. So it's going to be very specific, plan specific by campus, and we're going to be presenting the portion of the district. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. So, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Canales, we continue our House Bill 3 presentation. Just to give you a bird's eye view, the House Bill 3 board adopted plans and goals are part of TA's greater vision known as the 60 by 30. And so that vision is that by the year 2030, 60% of Texans in the age of 25 to 34 will have a certificate or a degree. So you see why they are really pushing these early childhood and CCMR plans and goals. So what are the requirements? The requirements are that we must have annual goals for third grade reading and math. We must have annual targets for individual groups that are under the closing the gaps domain. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the whites group. We're talking about bilingual students. We're talking about special education students, and the list goes on. The requirements also ask that there must be targeted professional development for classroom teachers, specifically in kindergarten through third grade, for campuses that the board identifies are not meeting those goals. So targeted professional development is extremely important. And also there must be annual targets for the groups of bilingual and those students that are serviced under the bilingual and ESL programs. So that's the elementary. Now for our high schools, the plan requirements or CCMR plan requirements, again, there must be annual goals for student growth on CTMR readiness. And we'll talk about it as we go through this presentation, what all of that means. And also, just as was for the elementary, the same thing for our high schools, there has to be a focus in each group that's evaluated under closing the gaps domain, as we mentioned, the bilingual ESL, special education, whites group, and so on. There are many that are within that group. I'll let Mr. Aguilar share of the trajectory that Weslaco ISD was on before COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. So moving forward again, TA is monitoring. Now, these plans were developed pre-COVID, so there may be some adjustment moving forward as we continue these next few months. But again, just to give you a little accountability overall summary of where we were as a district, this took tremendous amount of work from our students, our staff, our administrators, and our families at home. So we're very proud of Weslaco ISD for what we've achieved. Next slide, Mr. Trevino. What you have here again, I do want to recognize Weslaco ISD as being the only 6A school district in Hidalgo County to have achieved A's and B's with the 2018-2019 accountability system. And again, this goes to everyone's hard work. Thank you for everything that everyone has done. We're very proud of Weslaco ISD. Here is a accountability comparison report. Green shows the growth, yellow shows that they maintained. So again, just gives you an idea. We've shared this with our board before. Next slide. So here again, the distinction designations. Again, this is how we recognize our campuses compared in their 40 group. And we're going to continue doing that unless we receive information otherwise from the state. Next slide. So again, this is just a slight progression moving forward from 17. We see the distinction designations 39, the growth. Next slide. To 54, and it goes to 2019, 54 distinctions. Next slide. That was prior. 18 was 51 and jumped to 54. Next slide. So again, we have third grade here, and the reason we have third grade because the plan specifically indicates that our students must be ready reading on level by third grade. So what you have here is a little historical perspective from 17, 18, and 19. If we look at the approaches, meets, and masters, those are our performance levels. The green indicates district-wide, the growth that we had every year moving forward. And if you look at the first column under approaches, we exceeded the region 1 and state level in performance. And again, this is attributed to all our hard work from our campus administrators, teachers, and students. Next slide. What you have here is third grade math. This is going to be another component that Texas TA is going to be monitoring. And again, green is growth. And you see the perspective from 17th, 18th, and 19th. Green is growth, and we've been growing every year. And again, I want to point out that Weslaco ISD scored higher than Region 1 and at the state level. And again, kudos to everyone because this is a collaborative effort with everyone's hard work. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. And the reason that we share that data is that is our foundation where the plans and the goals come from. So to share the early childhood literacy portion of the plans that you will be asked to approve later on in the meeting, we have Ms. Arcadia Longoria, who is our elementary language arts strategist and also our principal from the Early Learning Foundation, ELF Academy. That is Mrs. Jennifer Luna. So we're going to pass this on to them so that they can share what are those goals for literacy.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Canales, members of the cabinet, and attendees. Thank you all for being here tonight. So today, next slide, please. So this early childhood literacy professional development plan was designed in order to support our early childhood literacy goals. After numerous discussions and reviewing a lot of the measurements that we would be using amongst our campus and district level PLCs, we were able to determine that the measures of the academic progress screeners that are aligned with the HB3 mandate calling for integrated assessments for pre-K through third grade to diagnose reading development and comprehension would be the circle at pre-K and the iStation iTip at first and second grade. Action steps include that all K to third grade teachers and administrators will complete the Science of Reading Academies over the next 3 years. along with literacy trainings and consulting with Region 1 Education Service Center for the Teach Resource System Planning and STAR Professional Development. Next slide. House Bill 3 requires that all kindergarten to third grade teachers and elementary principals to complete the Texas Reading Academies before the end of the 2022-2023 school year. Weslaco ISD's first cohort currently includes 90 teachers and 10 elementary principals. Texas Reading Academies is a transformative opportunity to improve teacher and student outcomes while positively impacting literacy achievement, accelerating growth, and helping to address the persistent achievement gaps. Next slide. The Early Childhood Literacy Board outcome goal states that the percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on the STAR reading will increase from 45 to 55% by June of 2024. The yearly target goals were determined by analyzing historical data based on the Texas Academic Performance Report from 2017 through 2019. We then distributed that growth amongst the 3 years in order to determine the target goals. We aggregated that same growth to the Closing the Gap student groups shown in the table below. And now we will have Ms. Jennifer Luna present Progress Measure 1.
Good evening, board members, board president, Dr. Canales. I will be presenting Progress Measure 1, and for Progress Measure 1, we start with pre-K. And the assessment that we are using to assess our pre-K students is the Circle Progress Monitoring System. And this is the Circle Progress Monitoring System is a standardized test that it assesses our students in the phonological skills. And if students have a good grasp of an understanding of the phonological skills, they will transition into reading much smoother. So this assessment assesses syllabication, onset rhyme, alliteration, and rhyming. And then we'll get the overall measure. Next slide. So for Progress Measure 1, the percent of pre-K students that score on track. And on track means that students have a good understanding and a good grasp to their phonological skills on the Circle PM Literacy Diagnostic Assessment, and will increase from 55% to 67% by June 2024. And if you notice, we get the WISD overall pre-K students, but we're also looking at the different demographics. We are looking at our Hispanic students, our special ed students, our ECO-DIS, and our EL students. So we will be tracking our students every year to show their growth. Ms. Arcade?
Thank you, Ms. Luna. The iStation Indicators of Progress is an assessment that is given automatically to the students at the beginning of each month. The ISIP subtests are based on the student's grade level, with vocabulary and comprehension being tested at every grade. This adaptive measure scale aligns student performance levels with test question difficulties. And this test assigns an overall reading ability index along with ability indices for each individual subtest. Next slide. The iStation instructional tiers are a signal to the educator of the level of instructional support a child may be needing. For example, a student scoring at a tier 3 at the 20th percentile and below is recommended to receive intensive intervention. A tier 2 student scoring at the 21st to 40th percentile is recommended to receive supplemental intervention, while a student scoring a tier 1 above the 40th percentile is set to receive differentiated instruction through high quality core instruction. Next slide. Since third grade is the only grade required for HB3 goal setting, I wanted to share and highlight this report with you, the Skill Growth by Tier third grade iStation report, which shows a steady tier 1 increase from 2018-2019 to 2019-2020, with the only drop occurring this previous end of the school year of 2019-2020 due to the COVID slide. Next slide. Early Childhood Literacy Progress Measure 2 states that the percent of K students that score a tier 1 on iStation's ISIP will increase from 40 to 50% by June of 2024. These yearly target goals were determined by analyzing the September ISIP 2019 summary report. We then aggregated that growth for the yearly target goals and added that aggregated growth to the Closing the Gap students groups shown on this table, ranging from all the different demographics shown on this table. Next slide. For the Early Childhood Literacy Progress Measure 3, it states that the percent of first or second grade students that score a Tier 1 on iStation's ISIP will increase from 44 to 54% by June of 2024. To determine the yearly target goals, we analyzed and combined the data from the iStation ISIP summary report for 2019 September for first and second grade students. We then aggregated that growth to the Closing the Gap student groups also shown at the table below. And now Ms. Perla Chavez will discuss the Early Childhood Math Board Outcome Goal. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Perla Chavez. I am the elementary math strategist. In collaboration with Ms. Jennifer Luna, we will be presenting the Early Childhood Math Board Outcome Goals and Progress Measures. For the Early Childhood Board Outcome Goal, the percentage of third grade students that score meets grade level and above on math STAR test will increase from a 55% to a 70% by June 2024. The 55% being the baseline generated from the 2019 STAR assessment, which is our most recent STAR assessment our students have taken. Using historical data, we calculated a 3% increase on our yearly targets, starting in the year 2020 with a 58% and ending in the year 2024 with a 70%. This increase is also reflected in the Closing the Gap section of this table, including Hispanics, special education, economically disadvantaged, special ed former, ELs, continuously enrolled, and non-continuously enrolled. Ms. Jennifer Luna will now present Board Progress Measure number 1.
Again, our progress measure number 1 starts with pre-K again. We are using, again, the Circle Progress Monitoring System, but now we are assessing math, and the different concepts that we're looking at is row counting, shape naming, number discrimination, number naming, shape discrimination, and counting sets. So then we'll look at the overall measure for all of the different concepts. Next slide, please. Next slide. So for progress measure 1, the percent of pre-K students that score on track, again, we're looking at students that have a good grasp on these concepts, and the Circle Math Diagnostic will increase from 79 to 87% by June of 2024. And again, like our previous measure, we are still looking at the demographics: Hispanic, special ed, eco-dis, and our EL students. Ms. Chavez?
For progress measure number 2 and 3, we will be using the Imagine Math benchmark. This assessment is created by Metametrics, which is the same company that generates the quantile and lectile levels that are used to evaluate STAR. This is a visit-ready question assessment that takes anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes to complete. The results for this assessment are given to us in quantile measures, performance levels, as well as instructional level. This assessment is broken down into 3 main subtests. The first one evaluating counting, coordinality, and numbers in base 10. The second one evaluating addition and subtraction, and the third one evaluating geometry, measurement, and data. Next slide, please. For the Early Childhood Math Progress Measure number 2, the percentage of kindergarten students that score on grade level and above in math will increase from an 82% to an 87% by June 2024. Using historical data, we calculated a 2% aggregated growth, starting in the year 2020 with an 83%. I'm sorry, this is a 1% aggregated growth, starting in the year 2020 with an 83, and ending in the year 2020 with an 87%. Increase is also reflected on the Closing Gap section of the table, including Hispanics, special ed, economically disadvantaged, and ELs. Next slide, please. For the early childhood math progress measure number 3, the percentage of first grade through second grade students that score on grade level and above in math and math will increase from a 67% to 77% by June 2024. We calculated a calculated growth of 2% here, starting in the year 2020 with 69% and ending in the year 2024 with 77%. The 2% aggregated growth is also reflected on the closing the gap section of the table. In an effort to support the targeted growth for our math section, the state did establish mathematics achievement academies in the year 2015. As of 60 of our teachers have completed these academies in the grades K through 3rd grade. As of now, there is a pause for these academies due to the health crisis that we're in, but we are subject to continue on the summer of 2021. For the 160 teachers that have completed the academies, there is a blended follow-up available for them. And again, as of now, it is paused, but it is going to continue in the spring or summer of 2021. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board. I'm Dr. Canales. The next portion of the presentation is about the college career military readiness. House Bill 3 looks at the little ones and also at the high school students, our senior class, to make sure that we prepare them for life after graduation. Next slide, please. So what is CCMR? This is part of our accountability system. It focuses on preparing students for college, the workforce, or the military. When they hold us accountable for CCMR, the data is lagging. So if, for example, we have an accountability year this year, then the data that we use under CCMR would be for the seniors of 2020 would be used for this year. So the data is always 1 year behind. Next slide, please. So there's different CCMR indicators. One of them is how well our students are doing in our AP exams, our college entrance exams, such as ACT, SAT, PSI, how well they're doing in the English portion of those college exams and also in the math portion of those exams. Also, our students that are enrolled in our dual enrollment program at the high school, if our students complete 3 hours of dual enrollment in the area of ELA or math, or 9 hours in other areas, then they are CCMR complete. Also, our early college high schools, which help our students complete associate's degrees, our on-ramps program, which is another college readiness program. Industry certifications, we work very closely with our CATE department to ensure that our students receive these industry certifications in so many different areas. And for the special population group, if our students graduate with an IEP and workforce readiness, or they graduate under an advanced graduation plan, they're also CCMR complete, or those that enlist in the U.S. Armed Forces. Next slide, please. So what we look at is where we're at, what our target is, and the population that they're focusing on. We work very closely with high schools because they're focusing on the senior class. We work very closely with our high schools to make sure that we track every single senior to ensure that the CCMR complete. We have developed a database that helps us track these students on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So here we are for the class of 2020. I'm sorry, for the class of 2019, the CCMR percentages was 77%. For Weslaco ISD, the state was at 72.9, so we were above the percentage. Our 5-year goal goes from 77% to 85% in 2024. Look at the different subgroups. Look at our Hispanic population, our ECO-DIS, our English language learners, our special ed students, are, so they look at the different demographics. We have campus and district plans to target those different populations. And we make sure that we track every single one of those students to ensure that they are CCMR complete. In the area of college readiness, we look at the previous slide. We look at TSI scores in the area of math and reading. We look at the military. In the past, any student that was interested or had an intent to enroll in the military would be CCMR complete. Now they have to have enlisted to be CCMR complete, but there is word that they're going to eliminate that category completely from CCMR. So we track all of these students on a daily basis to ensure that they are CCMR complete. And our high school counselors play a very important role in this. They work very hard in tracking students and meeting with their seniors to ensure that they meet CCMR criteria. Next slide, please. So what we do is we monitor it. We have calendars in place to ensure that we're monitoring this throughout the year. We have the database that I shared. The database tags our students that are complete, those that are in a class that may be a potential CCMR student, and those that are incomplete. Many ways to ensure that all of our students graduate CCMR complete is to monitor that very closely and work with campus staff. But this is a team effort. We work closely with Kate, we work closely with our special ed department, our counselors, everyone has a role in this. That's my portion. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Abel Aguilar.
Thank you, Mrs. Brewer, and thank you to all our presenters for doing an outstanding job. So, Board of Trustees, you did receive a presentation from the district's perspective on the HB3 Board Adopted Plans and Goals. If you have any questions regarding the district's perspective, we also have campus-specific plans and goals for the elementary and our high schools, and our principals are readily available to answer any questions, or our content area strategists are also readily available if you have anything specific to a certain content area. But if you have any questions, I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Do we have any?
I have a question. I don't know if I heard correctly. For accountability purposes, are they taking scores in September or at the end of the year? What part of the year are the scores being compared to?
So that's a very good question, Mrs. Staita. Thank you very much for asking that question. So one of the biggest questions when we were working on the HB3 plans was, again, this HB3 was adopted in 2019, so it was pre-COVID. So there were a lot of questions when we were working with our team, our campus administrators, to say, how is this going to work now moving forward with the accountability measure? The legislative session is going to convene again. It's biennium, so they're going to come again this January, and they're going to be having that discussion. And I'm more than certain that this is going to be a huge component behind it, so they can give us some guidance moving forward. So there will be flexibility moving forward with this because, of course, the growth measure is going to be a big concern for us since we haven't had assessment. We didn't have an assessment last year. And again, this year, it's not going to count for accountability, but we're still going to assess. Secondly, a lot of that is measured on that growth from year to year. So once we receive some guidance, then from there, we'll come back and we'll reconvene as a group and make those adjustments moving forward. But we did look at our numbers, and we were taking COVID-19 into consideration when those progress measures were established.
Okay, because I know as teachers, September, you have that, it was summer, the kids have been off. So, they come back to school in September's, you're just getting to know the kids are getting to know you. So the teacher hasn't really had much time to work with the student in September. But then again, you're looking at what he did or she did, I guess, prior to being with that teacher. Unless you go to the end of the year and use those scores, well, then that reflects on the teacher. But
absolutely
something to think about.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any others? Thank you for this very, very informative presentation. A lot of work went into this, and things look good and in order. So congratulations on that.
We have a great team. Very hard on it.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on.
We have one more item on the superintendent's
Wait,
report.
did I miss something there?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. And Mr. Robledo will take over the screen now. The team prepared a retirement salute to Mrs. Peterson. Seems like just 2 weeks ago. And since then, we lost Ms. Peterson, well loved by the team, golden heart, and working till her last day. Always, how can I help? What can I do? She's loved by many. She's influenced many. Mrs. Peterson is a type of person that when you meet her and you get to know her, you carry her with you throughout the course of your life. So this retirement tribute is in honor of Mrs. Peterson. And we'd like to play, it's about a 7-minute video honoring her. Mr. Robledo. He needs to know we don't have the volume. I'm gonna have to start it over. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, are you saying that there's no audio?
There's no volume. If we can start it over, we cannot hear it.
Okay, let me see if I can do that again. Okay. Okay, I understand that I can't get the audio working, so let me, because I'm presenting my screen. Let me see.
Mr. Martinez, does he need to do anything special for him?
Yeah.
Can he place it on the share drive?
Let me try something else. Hold on a second. Can you hear now?
Looks like something like we were, but we can't.
Do you hear it? Still no audio?
We continue, and then whenever they have availability, we can come back to it?
Yes, because I want to do this tribute justice and.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Let me put it on the Google Drive. Hold on a second.
So we'll move on, Dr. Canales, but we don't want to let this go without acknowledging,
Definitely.
this tribute. Okay, so that'll take us to item 9, consent agenda. For the record, item M has been pulled. That's the approval of subscription renewal of Cardnex data integration from Education Advanced Incorporated.
President Quinn, we're also going to have to pull V3, correct, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Related to that item.
So we're pulling M?
Yes, sir. And V, as in Victor, only number 3.
I didn't get the other one.
V as in Victor, approval of budget amendments, number 3 from the
second.
business office.
V, okay.
V as in Victor, 3, just number
Okay.
3.
So with the exception of M and V, I'll give you a little time to look over the consent items. And, let's move on. I'm going to ask each of you if you have any items that you'd like to pull before we approve the agenda. Mr. Nieto?
None.
None. Mrs. Susaita?
None.
None. Coach
No, sir.
Trevino? None. Dr. Rodriguez?
I have none.
Mr. De Los Santos?
None, sir.
None, thank you. We don't have Mr. Gonzalez yet, none? And I have none myself. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of M and V? Who did I get a motion from?
Coach, for clarification,
V3.
V? 3. V3. Stand correct. V3. V3. Okay. So do I have one? Who did I get the motion from?
I move to approve the consent agenda, except for item M and V3.
Second that.
Okay, Mr. Nieto. Motion. And second by Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
There's no discussion, so I'll take it to a vote. If you approve, aye. If we have any disapprovals, no. Mr. Nieto?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Saita?
Yes.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos,
Aye.
and motion. What's the correct term for that, Mr. Nieto? Motion carries. Thank you. And there's nothing to discuss with M or B3, correct? So that will take us now to item 10, discussion items. A, interim financial reports for the 3 months ending November 30, 2020. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, this is a no-action item, and our Assistant Superintendent of Business and Finance, Mr. Andres Sanchez, will highlight items on the report. Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, Dr. Canales, Mr. Cuellar, members of the board. I will report on the budget comparison report for the 3 months ended November 30, 2020 in the general fund. From the budget of $175,776,721 budgeted, we have received through November 30, $54,221,498. That represents 30.85% of the budget. For 3 months of the year, that is the equivalent to 25%. So we are 5% over the amount earmarked that we should be receiving by now. And that includes local sources, most of which is property taxes, state sources, which is the money coming from TA, and federal sources, mostly, which is the National School Lunch Program. On the expenditure side, on a budget of $185,235,874 of the amended budget to date, we have expended or encumbered $38,941,410. That represents 21.02% of the budget. As I mentioned earlier, 3 months is 25%, so we are 4% less expended or encumbered in comparison to the budget. This is usually the only report, the only fund I present on to the board. Do you all have any questions or comments on this today?
That is it?
Yes, sir. That's it. For the financial report, yes.
Any discussion? Anybody? B, acknowledgement of the Hidalgo County Tax Office collection report for October 2020, current taxes and delinquent taxes. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, this is also a no-action item. I'll highlight some of the main points, and then Mr. Sanchez can go through some of the finer details. Mr. Sanchez. So first, the collection of the current taxes for the fiscal year 2020-2021 through October the 31st is 0.7% lower than the current taxes for fiscal year 2019-20. The collection of delinquent taxes for fiscal year 2020-2021 through October 31st is 1.47% higher than the delinquent taxes for the fiscal year 2019-20. The column for tax modifications represents the cumulative tax adjustments reported by the Hidalgo County Tax Office for the 2019-2020 fiscal year in their October 2020 report. For budget information, current taxes, we budgeted at 91%, delinquent taxes at 10%, actual collections right now are 1.07%, and actual collections for delinquent taxes are 6.08%. So, Mr. Sanchez, would you like to stress some of the finer details on this?
Yes, Dr. Canales. The 1.07% of collection that we have is represented by collections $280,245 received to date on the current levy. And this amount is adjusted by the fact that we have tax modifications. Those are increases on property values, either maybe from appeal that were not successful, or properties that were land, agricultural land, they became residential. The value goes up, so more taxes are assessed. So taking the tax modifications into consideration, the percentage of collections is 1.07%. On the delinquent taxes, which is the prior years, the collections amount to $250,781, and that represents the 6.08% mentioned before. And this amount is higher than last year. Somehow the amount is higher. I expected it to be lower than last year, but that's good. That's my part of the report.
Any discussion? Anyone? Andres, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And item C, acknowledgement of the Hidalgo County Tax Office Collection Report for November 2020, current taxes and delinquent taxes. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we did receive this report to be able to report it today. It is a no action item. So, Mr. Sanchez, do you want to lead us through this one?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Canales. For the through November 30, 2020, the current taxes, now one more month, shows $2,251,879 collected. That is 8.61% of the amount and the levy. And that amount compared to the prior year of 8.29 is 0.32% higher. And on the delinquent taxes, the prior year levies, the collected amount went up to $311,427, and that represents 7.55%, which when compared to the prior year of 6.22%, is 1.33% higher. That is the report.
Any discussion? Andres, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We will now move on to item 11, the discussion and possible action items. A, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the administration's ranking recommendation of the proposal received for the bus drive and teacher parking lot repaving project at Weslaco High School, CS number 21-12-18. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, on November 11th, 2019, the board approved this project. I'm sorry, is it good? No? Yeah, may I proceed with item A? I don't know, was there a pause? Oh, sorry. So on November 11, 2019, the board approved this project. It's a concrete bus drive for Weslaco High School, located in the teacher parking lot. It's a very poor condition. It's needed replacement. There's some concrete damage throughout the bus drive, with some of the wire mesh already exposed in some spots. So it's a teacher parking lot. It also is where our buses drop off and pick up the students at Weslaco High School. So it is in poor condition. This project was presented to the Superintendent's Facilities Committee, and the committee approved it as a priority project. So Board of Trustees, we are recommending that you approve administration's ranking of the proposals received for the bus drive and teacher parking lot project at Weslaco High School. This constitutes approval for administration to start negotiation with contractor rank number 1, which is Gonzalez Enterprises LLC, which is located in Edinburgh, Texas. That was received the top ranking, and it is also about $9,000 less than the number 2, the second ranked. If negotiations cannot be agreed with the contractor ranked number 1, the district will end negotiations with this vendor in writing and will start negotiations with the contractor ranked number 2. If negotiations cannot be agreed on with contract rank number 2, the district will end negotiations with this vendor in writing and start negotiations with contractor rank number 3. Same process would be followed for the remaining ranked contractors if needed. If negotiations cannot be agreed upon with any contractor, we would start the process over. So board, this is a discussion and action item, and I turn it over to you for discussion or action.
Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Dr. Jaime motions to approve.
I second.
Do I have a second? Jackie? Any discussion? None? Okay, let's vote for approval. Let's say an aye. Mr. Nieto? Mr. Zaita?
Aye.
Mr. Villa?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos? Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. President, Andrew Gonzalez just joined the meeting.
What was that again?
Andrew Gonzalez just joined the meeting.
Okay, did you get a time for, that the record reflect that Mr. Gonzalez has joined the meeting?
8:26.
8:26? Okay, Mr. Gonzalez. I did not ask you for a vote, but the motion did carry. Okay, item B. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of a procurement method of construction for the installation of 24 aluminum light poles at Beatriz Garza Middle School. 1, board determination of procurement method of construction that will provide the best value to the district for the project. 2, board determination to receive the authority to rank the proposals to be received for this project. 4, board the delegation of the authority to the administration to rank the proposals to be received. And 3, approval of criteria and points to be listed or used for ranking by proposal. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, after assessing the damage left behind by Hurricane Hannah, the team discovered the light pole at B. Garza Middle School. It broke, it fell due to the wind and the rain. The steel pole did have excessive corrosion at the base of the pole, which contributed heavily to it falling. The damage caused by the corrosion was done from the interior of the pole, which raised concerns on the integrity of all the light poles at B. Garza. Staff recommends a replacement of all 24 light poles at B. Garza Middle School. The existing light poles are all steel poles with HID, old technology light fixtures. The proposed replacement is with aluminum poles and LED light fixtures, which provide better lighting and are energy efficient. There is a timeline to complete the project beginning today with the board approving of the procurement method of construction for the project and going all the way to June 2021 when we estimate substantial completion of the project. So Board of Trustees, we are recommending that you approve a procurement method of construction as a method that would provide the best value to the district for the installation of 24 light poles at B. Garza Middle School. Administration recommends a competitive sealed proposals method of construction. We are also asking that you make the determination to retain authority to rank the proposals to be received for this project or to delegate that authority to administration to rank the proposals to be received. And that you approve the criterion points to be used for ranking the proposals. The criterion points are on the 3rd page of this document. So those are our recommendations, Board of Trustees.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we use the competitive sealed proposals and allow for, or authority the administration to rank the proposals to be received. And of course, approval of criteria to be used for the ranking of the proposals.
Okay, Mr. Nieto.
I'll second that.
And Dr. Rodriguez, a second. Do we have any discussion?
What's the timeline on that?
The, if approved today, the estimated substantial completion of the project would be in summer, June 2021.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto to follow the recommendations and for the administration to do the ranking, Mr. Nieto.
Yes, sir.
Seconded by by Dr. Rodriguez. Okay, let's vote for approval. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Saita.
Aye.
Coach Rodriguez.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Thank you. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to hire a structural engineering firm to assist the district with a structural assessment of the 24 existing light poles at Beatriz Garza Middle School. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we are recommending that you approve to hire Shanine Engineering LLC to assist us with the assessment of the 24 existing poles at B. Garza Middle School and the generation of construction drawings and specifications as necessary for the project that was just approved.
I move to approve based on administration's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez.
Second.
And a second by
Mr. Nieto.
Mr. Nieto. Any discussion?
Dr. Canales, what's the engineering fee? What's the fee for this proposal?
The proposed cost is $7,500, Mr. Nieto.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I had a question.
Okay, let's vote. Or pardon?
Yes, I had a question for Dr. Canales for the administration in regards to the engineering. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand you're going to hire an engineering firm and then we're going to go out for construction. There isn't firms out there that do both. You know, there's a lot of commercial firms that have in-house engineers, drafting, et cetera, and construction. Have those options been looked at just to kind of maybe save them the cost? Instead of consulting with multiple, using different levels as far as hiring an engineer, then hiring a construction company, et cetera. A lot of commercial companies already have that built in.
Yeah, that's a good question, Mr. Los Santos. Mr. Sanchez, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, Mr. De Los Santos, to do something like that, that would be a design build type of project, where you have a contractor and engineer in the same firm. You will have everything in one group. That's an option that we have considered before for other projects. We didn't do it on this one because we had, I had mentioned during the facilities discussion that we had worked with Mr. Chanin. He had already come to look at the school, so he was familiar with what we had and why we went recommending him and going through the construction process. Initially, we wanted to purchase the light poles ourselves. Go through the buy board. We got quotes on several vendors, and we had a recommendation. And then we said we have this. We can get the installation done by another buy board vendor as well, and we can get it done. But then when we started looking at it, we said if we do these things together, that's about $54,000, and it may appear that we're going around the legal way that says that when a construction project is $50,000, the board has to adopt a method of construction and then select one of the methods to do the project. So at that time, we decided, no, you know what? Let's do it a construction project. And so we were familiar with the engineer. I said, well, let's go for method of construction. He can give us the specs. We go out for proposals. When we get him, he can help us inspect the installation and get it done. That's why we went this way.
If I can also add, Dr. Canales, Mr. Dos Santos, this is Coach Rojas. It's also, in our experience, it's always been smarter in the best interest of the district to keep those two entities separate because you find that the structural engineer is going to represent Weslaco ISD. And keep again look out for Weslaco ISD and not necessarily a full joint effort to where a contractor is going to want more work and so it's just always it's smarter to go this route to keep them separate.
I have a comment because this is structural and we're looking at the existing light pole base. Is there any option, because it's pretty dark out there, instead of re-drilling or remaking a light pole base where it's at, moving it to another area instead of hiring a structural engineer to just basically cut that out and just construction-wise make a light pole somewhere else instead of dealing with the existing one?
Another assessment, right?
That is something that could be done, Mr. Taita. Coach, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I think that is an option, Mr. Staita. One of the things that we do know for sure is that the new poles will have LED lights, which are going to be a lot brighter than what we already have, and that's gonna make it a lot better. And so, but definitely we can look at it. That requires a different assessment to check the candle lights around the parking lot. But that's certainly something we can look at as well.
Yeah, I think in terms of cost, maybe that, I don't know if it would be less, but because you can still put the LED lights on a new
Mhm.
light pole base, obviously, just move it from where it's currently existing
Yes.
and get rid of the structural part.
Yes, it can be done, but if we have, let's say that we have to install a new pole somewhere else, we will need a structural engineer involved to provide the plans for that.
The design, right?
And if I may clarify something, on the fee that was mentioned earlier, about $7,500 for the engineer, the cost of a MEP engineer, electrical engineer, is not included. That will be additional cost, and it's mentioned in the agenda item.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Nieto for the board to consider the approval to hire a structural engineering firm to assist the district with the structural assessment of the 24 existing light poles at Beatriz Garza Middle School. We will now vote for your approval. Mr. Nieto,
Aye.
Mrs. Baita,
Aye.
Jose Vino,
Aye.
Dr. Jaime,
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos,
Aye.
and Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the final completion of the restroom partitions replacement project at 3 schools: Mary Ho Middle School, Beatriz G. Garza Middle School, and Airport Elementary, CSP number 20-07-25. Dr. Canales.
Board trustees recommend that you approve the final completion of the restroom partitions replacements projects at the 3 schools mentioned. The project cost was $95,000. The payments to date are $65,125.80, and the balance owed contractor, including retainage, is $29,874.20. So they're done. They look great. Long overdue.
I move to approve.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez moves to approve. Do I have a second?
A second.
Dr. Rodriguez, second. Is there any discussion?
Coach Riojas, are you pleased, Dr. Canales, are you pleased with the work that was done? Will these last us at least another 15, 20 years before we have to go back and replace them?
Mr. Gonzalez, this is Coach Rojas, and yes, sir, we did walk all 3 of the campuses, and we're very pleased with first of all, with the work of Recto. They did a really good job. They worked really well with us. We coordinated with our principal, and at the end of the day, the end result is something that we're really, really proud of. And I think, because of the hard plastic polymer that we selected, we should get 20 years or more out of these partitions. They're scratch resistant. They're they're the best that we can put out there. So we're very pleased.
Okay, thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. I know not everybody's able to see the photos. I know, I mean, I can. I know I saw them during the facilities update. But again, thank you, all of you. It looked really great.
Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Dr. Rodriguez for the board to consider the approval of the final completion of the restroom partitions replacement project at 3 schools: Mary Ho Middle School, Beatriz G. Garza Middle School, and Airport Elementary, CSP number 20-07-25. Let's vote for your approval. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Saita.
Aye.
Jose Vino.
Aye.
Dr. Jaime.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item E, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the schematic design phase and design development phase for the construction of the Pete Abrigo Ag Complex remodeling and improvements project. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, back in May 11, 2020, the board approved PBK Architects, Inc. of McAllen, Texas, to develop the plans and specs for the construction of the complex remodeling and improvement projects. Mr. David Iglesias with PBK Architects held several meetings with Weslaco ISD staff, including our CTE director, Ms. Avila, and her staff, Mr. Riojas, Mr. Americo Garza, and to discuss and approve project requirements to meet the needs of the intended programs served. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing, civil, and structural design work continues and is near completion. Administration recommends approval of both the schematic design phase and the design development phase of the project. We have enclosed several renderings and design drawings for the project provided by PBK. PBK is available to make a presentation if you so wish. We did have some issues that were shared regarding the complex for a number of years. So we are asking that you approve the schematic design phase and the design development phase for the construction of the complex remodel and improvement project.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Gonzalez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Dr.
Mr. Nieto.
Mr. Nieto, second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Yes, PBK, Dr. Canales, what other projects has PBK done with for Weslaco ISD?
You've done quite a bit, Mr. Nieto. I will ask Mr. Riojas to share some of them. Mr. Riojas?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Riojas. Yes, PBK has done several projects for us here recently. They recently finished the renovations at both West Ohio and West Coast athletic facilities. They also did Sam Houston Elementary, I believe. And so they've done quite a bit of work for Weslaco ISD. They've got a really good history with Weslaco ISD, and we've got a good working relationship, and they've just really exceeded expectations. One of the things that we enjoy and we like about PBK is it's kind of a one-stop shop. They provide with the interior design, exterior design, color renditions. I mean, it's a full-service architectural program. So a little bit further back, we did Toyota Middle School as well, which is just an awesome campus as well. So lots of work and very happy with their product.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
A comment, because I know we talked about this earlier. The location of this ag facility is over on Westgate, and I think having it in a more centralized location, we talked about, does it flood, does it not flood? Has this led to the damage in the building? Those are issues that we were looking at the land. I would like to see something like this, somewhere down the line, because it is $1 to $1.5 million. So if you're going to spend money on something like this, just to have room for growth and place this building in a more central location in Weslaco. We obviously have Weslaco East, Weslaco High, a lot of elementaries that are feeding to the ag facility, and it's way on the west side. So I was thinking something more centralized. I don't know, maybe Bridge Avenue, somewhere else down the line where we can have it in a different location than what it is now, is something to think about.
I had a question as well. Mr. Riojas, there is no other options with the current facility, because the only thing that I'm thinking about is funding. And I know we just had a meeting yesterday with Mr. Sanchez, and he expressed to us what our current status is within the district. And to me, it does concern me at least, and I'll bring up that right now. There is no other options as far as maybe buying us some time, because we are expecting unexpected costs due to the COVID-19 going into spring. I know that there's things coming down the line that the district is working on, that they may be proposals later to make our classrooms safer. And those type of initiatives haven't been budgeted. So is there so this facility is a complete tear down. This is where the animals, these are the holding pens for the animals, correct? That's the large building that we see over at the ag farm.
Yes.
So according to the engineer that was hired, there is no other remedies, and as far as bringing it up to code, making it structurally sound, so that maybe we can look at options like Ms. Usaita said, looking at a new location that benefits both high schools and avoids flooding, and then also can assist us with our budget at the moment, because due to unexpected expenses with COVID-19.
Mr. Santos, thank you, sir, for the questions. And Dr. Canales, I have Mr. Americo here as well. So I'm going to answer the questions. We have studied some options. We've looked at some options. I think the concern that we have is just all the overall safety of the building. We did, in reviewing the report from Chanine Engineering, 60% of the building's footings are at a stage 4 of corrosion. Okay, that's very dangerous. Also, an overall assessment of the structure is on stage 3, based on the assessment from the engineer. And so the options that are available, I think, in discussing with Mr. Iglesias with PPK, is of course to demo that particular building, roughly about 14,000 square feet, and then rebuild right there in that spot. That will, we have a budget number, very rough budget number, but roughly around 750,000. Okay, and that would be the demo and then rebuild, right? About 750, and those are very rough numbers. So please don't hold to the numbers, but very rough numbers. The engineer also does mention in his report that we can also look at refurbishing, sandblasting, recoating some of the beams, replacing some of the beams that are in bad condition, especially the ones that are on stage 4. But again, as per engineer recommendations, they recommend that it's an option, but it's an option that it's going to be very costly. Obviously, sometimes building new is going to be cheaper than remodeling. That's usually the case. So build brand new at a different site, or just adjacent to the site that we have there at the facility. We're looking also between 500,000 to 700,000, keeping with the same square footage. Okay.
So that's 750,000 for construction. What are we paying PPK? What are their fees for the?
They're at a 6%, más o menos 6%.
6%, 750.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And then, of course, this is why we looked at the option of utilizing the 400. What have we got? The Equine Center. It's a huge building. It would give us the opportunity to consolidate both schools. Take care of not only just the goats and the lambs, but the cattle, goats, lambs, and pigs, all under one roof with an arena, and be a multi-purpose arena, and utilize that building that's structurally sound, in great shape. Obviously, it would be a whole new renovation, which would create a really nice atmosphere for our students that are involved in FFA. So those are the 3 options that we have looked at, and also manage the pricing involved to each option.
So replacing.
Are there kids going right now during this time with COVID, or is it not being utilized right now, or is it being utilized for?
I believe there.
Hold on, Coach.
Yes, yes.
Coach, and those are great questions, Mr. Saita and Mr. De Los Santos. I appreciate your concern. And maybe once your kids are old enough and go out there, but today alone, as I'm on the road, and I've been on the road for the last few hours, I've had concerns over people on this item. Now, we have we have a building that is structurally unsound. My kids have been there. My kids have lost goats. Other people's have lost their animals. Those are financial burdens on some of the families. However, you say about purchasing another property, well, then you got to purchase the property aside from build a facility of that size, of that nature, up to spec. Number two, if you move it towards the city, we may not be grandfathered in the property that we may purchase. So those are things to consider. Now, you ask about animals not being there. Well, obviously, because of COVID, we have to keep our animals outside so that we can keep our kids safe at the time. At the same time, we do have some animals there because some families don't have a place to store their animals, and that is the only place. Aside from that, we also have classrooms there that both services the schools. I know some of you have been out there and some of you may have not. But again, I think the overall cost, when you look at purchasing property and building from scratch, and when you build that, might be a concern when you already have a building that has already been determined structurally unsound. And so to put a Band-Aid on something, which is what we've done for years, prior to me getting there, y'all got to go look at the hog barn. You got to go look at the other stuff. Are there concerns across the district? Yes, there's always concerns, but we've always found ways to meet those demands. We've taken care of the fine arts, we've taken care of the athletics, and we've taken care of many departments. Ag is no different than any other department. So I just wanted y'all to know that. And Coach, I thank you and everybody else that have done a wonderful job to bring such a beautiful place, at least as far as what we have here before us, and for taking us out a few months ago to all the new ag facilities that the other school districts are building or upgrading theirs as well. Again, thank you.
I agree with Mr. Gonzalez. I want to say that every single department counts, but we also need to look at our financial situation compared to those other districts that were visited. If we look at the unassigned funds that we currently have, like I said, that percentage, and later on that's gonna come up. That's something that we need to also consider. Only because of the unassigned funds that we have and the construction funds that we have, we're looking at some significant purchases in spring. And I understand construction has always been a big topic or has been going on for the last couple of years. But now that we look at our financial situation, something like COVID-19, whether we knock it down and rebuild it brand new, or we look at something that will bring it up to code and make it safe, because footings are interchangeable. It's a bolted system. So that was just kind of considerations as far as looking at it. If the administration decides that their financial situation is where it needs to be, and that we can sustain unexpected costs going into the spring, then yes, well, of course, I think the board should support it. But it's just something to bring up as far as looking at, can we refurbish it? Can we bring it up to code in the meantime? Maybe get a second opinion if it's optional, only because some of those construction funds may need to be tapped into later for other type of COVID-19 related expenses. Just something to consider as well.
Along those
Well,
lines,
I think when you have students there and the safety should be the most important. And so, but those are great points, Mr. De Los Santos. COVID-19 has put a burden on all of us, but at the end of the day, it's the safety of our kiddos. And when you have something documented, I'm afraid that something can come later down the road should something happen and bite us in the rear. Again, those are just my sayings, but great points though.
okay, I now have the floor. I was there today addressing another issue, but I had a chance to look at the one of the buildings that's there, and that building is in pretty bad shape. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have had an idea of what we're dealing with here, and it's something that does need some good attention. So all the points that have been brought forth are great points. And Mr. Sanchez, in terms of the facility, had we already budgeted, and do we have something there in place that the expenses are not going to take away from our issues with the COVID-19?
Mr. Cuellar, we have money set aside, as mentioned by Mr. De Los Santos, in the local construction fund for this project. As far as COVID-19, we have some budget right now for supplies, for items needed for sanitation, for disinfecting, for pretty much by April or May. We have PPE for several months. So we might need more, but what we have spent so far hasn't been more than $200,000 or $300,000, including the shields that we bought for teachers and students. So that amount of money, we can pay it from it would take from the fund balance if needed. But if we were to spend everything we spent and do it again, it'll be between $300,000 and $400,000, the amount we would have to spend. But we already have all that. So we would just have to buy more supplies, disinfecting items, which might be probably $100,000, unless something else major happens that we need. We are going to get some money from the federal government through the prior purchase, what's it called? The item that we purchased for decent learning, DA under the CARES Act funding approved, we can get reimbursed for items we bought already. And we submitted almost $1 million. If we get approved for everything, that will be close to $750,000. Those items need to be spent on items for distance learning again. So we wouldn't have to spend more money other than that, because it should be enough to buy more Chromebooks or laptops or items needed like that. So that part, I think we're covered. On the disinfecting items, PPE, maybe another $100,000 to $200,000 that we would need to spend, unless something major occurs, like I said, which we don't anticipate. So I don't think any other district does right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Coach, I just wanted to share, aside from the high schools, like Mr. Sanchez says, I know it's way up there on the west side, but our Ag Farm Services are kiddos from 3rd grade all the way up to 12th grade. So it's not just both high schools. We're talking about all the elementaries and all the middle schools. But again, thank you, Andres, and thank you, Coach, and thank you, everybody.
Can I have some, you're right, Andrew, there's elementaries all over Weslaco, east side, north side, south side. So, but my question is, I don't know about Weslaco ISD. Have we acquired, do we have any other land that we are not using right now over in another location? Or would it have to be something that we would have to purchase? It's not something we already have. Who would be able to tell me if we have anything like that already?
And Mr. Riojas, we do have some land. We know there's some area behind Ivada Elementary School. There's some area Weslaco East High School area.
Right.
And
behind CTE.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am. Behind Big Guards. I'm sorry. Where CTE is, Calvillo Kid Complex, in that area.
Gonzalez Silva, CTE complex area. And I guess we'd have to check on the ordinances from the city about where you can have an ag farm.
Right.
We had to check on that team, and we are grandfathered for where we're at, right?
Yes, ma'am. And the biggest issue, I'm sorry, Dr. Ramos, the biggest issue, yes, ma'am. The biggest issue with the city ordinances is the sewage, the drainage. Obviously, our animals, we have to have proper drainage for shower racks, for their droppings, you name it. And so that area where the current location is an area that has been grandfathered. And even though through the remodeling phase, we're going to have to be very careful with the drainage part still. So we're definitely.
If you're out in the county, it's okay. You don't need, if you're out in the county, like our other schools that are out in the county, they're not required under those ordinances. So it's okay if you're out in the county.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
We'd have to check.
Have to check. Okay.
So the other thing, if I may add, we've had to look at properties, in the flood of 2018, it was devastating for our community, it was devastating for our district. We have our transportation that's in a flooded area that we're trying to figure out. And, we do go out and we look for land. We had maps of the flood areas in the city. And you're concerning. I mean, there's not a lot of land that's in a space high enough to be able to purchase. We've been told that the best land to purchase could be along the railroad because that's the highest area, but there's not a lot for what we need and in there. So,
Yeah.
just to add that. And I don't know, I think I cut somebody off. I'm sorry. I don't know, Mr. Los Santos, if it was you or Mr. Gonzalez. I think somebody was trying to say something.
No, I just heard, I was going to comment before what you just gave out the information, but I know that, like you pretty much answered my question. I mean, we're limited on land, you're saying, because of the flooding within the city. Because I was just going to ask if anyone has ever gone out to the city and talked to them about possibly providing a variance, or because you're saying you're grandfathered into the current position, but if they could give you a variance, or work with the school so that way you could set up a complex within city limits. I mean, I'm just curious, has that discussion ever taken place?
Not particularly for a variance.
Not that I'm aware of, no, for Santos.
Yeah, okay.
But I know the team, I believe we've had conversations with the city about available land, and I don't recall, Mr. Dos Santos, exactly what that is, but we could go back to our notes and provide that in the board update, for like a exchange, a swap, something like that. But I don't recall, Medical, I don't know if you remember the details, or Mr. Sanchez or Coach, but we can look that up and put in the board update.
So the administration, just to clarify, feels very comfortable in making this expense and moving forward with the construction of this project, approving this plan and then moving forward with it.
Yeah, I take the lead from our budget office, Mr. Sanchez. The years of a strong score, not only in the first system, but also from auditors who've audited the department every single year. If Mr. Sanchez feels comfortable with it, I know the team feels comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with it as well.
Okay, all right. You feel comfortable with it.
Okay.
We do have Mr. Iglesias available, and he's got a real quick 3 or 4 slide presentation that it's really worth taking a look at. It looks really, really sharp. If you're so inclined, and Mr. Coach Cuellar, Board President.
Coach Cuellar, we can take it for a vote, and good ideas. They're all good ideas. Take it for a vote and then go from there. Because all of them are good ideas, but we have a motion on the floor already. So take a vote and then go from there.
Okay. Well, I'd like to share something. My only concern are flooding issues that were brought up. I don't know why. I know we built the manhole there at Weslaco East, and brand new building. We had engineers, we have this and we have that, and the building is currently flooding. When we have an excess amount of rain, so. All this investment and everything, and believe me, I don't think anything was ever brought up about athletics or one program or any program being more important than the other. I'm all for ag. I mean, that provides a lot of scholarships to 4-H kids. I'm all for it, but why not? I don't want to throw good money at something bad. And right now, if it was structurally unsafe, have we looked at maybe shutting it down or shutting part of it down or something instead of, going through this expense? My biggest concern is the flooding issue and the COVID and the budget. After yesterday's meeting, yes, I know funds have been set aside for that project, but there's new things coming up, like those air purifiers that we talked about for every campus. I think that's an immediate thing that needs to be taken action, instead of looking at for any type of
those
reconstruction.
Are different items that can be addressed. So let's entertain this, and then when the time comes, we'll address those concerns. So back to item E. I had a motion by Mr. Gonzalez and a second by Mr. Nieto to consider approval of the schematic design phase and design development phase for the construction of the PW Ag Complex Remodeling and Improvement Project. Let's vote. by approving. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Before, I'm not sure because if we approve the design, does that mean, the design is fine, we're just approving the design of the building right now.
Yes.
Does that mean we're moving on the project already? Because we're approving the design, because yeah, the design is great to me, but does that mean we're moving on, or can we wait a little?
Mrs. Taita, I have an answer for that, I hope. By approving this item, this is the second phase of the architectural process with the project.
Mhm.
The next phase is construction documents. And after that is bidding, and the last item is the construction administration. If the board approve this, then the next part is go to the construction document that are the ones that are set to bid. When you get to that part, we go out to bid. If when we're looking at it, let's say the project comes out at 2 million. And by that time, there's more information, the board decides not to build the project, all we have to pay is the architect fees through up to that part of the project, and you don't have to do the project. Until you approve the actual proposal,
Mhm.
It has sign a contract with a contractor, the project not
Okay,
committed.
that answers my question. We're approving the design, which, yes, I.
Yes.
Okay. Voting for approval, Mr. Nieto said aye. Mr. Saita?
Aye.
Dr. Trevino?
I'm going to abstain.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez? Andrew?
Aye, Coach.
Okay, thank you. The ayes have
I'm
it.
in and out of service. I apologize.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item F, discussion and possible action for the board to approve the Weslaco Independent District Mobile COVID-19 testing agreement with Curative. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we're wishing to launch additional COVID-19 testing programs within the district to benefit the students and staff of our district. This agreement will allow Curative to conduct mobile testing to take place at Weslaco High School, Weslaco East High School, and other locations as may mutually be agreed upon by the parties and give access to the vendor for the duration of the agreement. There will be no upfront cost to the district. Curative will bill the test to applicable insurance, Medicare, Medicaid. In cases where an individual might not have insurance, a cost will be billed to the CARES Act or to other applicable governmental programs. Curative is providing a PCR test. PCR testing is considered the gold standard in the COVID-19 detection. This test actually detects RNA or genetic material that is specific to the virus and can detect the virus within days of infection, even those who have no symptoms. Turnaround time is longer, generally 2 to 3 day range, but results can be in as little as 24 hours. Testing sites will go live 15 to 20 days from the date of this agreement is signed and countersigned. During this time, Curative will hire, train, and onboard for the site, as well as market and promote the testing locations. Curative will hire from the local area to provide employment to the community. Testing is set to go live January 11th, maybe shortly after, around that time. So we are asking that you approve from January 6, 2021 to April 2nd, 2021, with an option to extend the agreement by both parties, that you approve the mobile testing agreement with Curative to provide mobile COVID-19 testing in our school district.
I'll move to approve.
Dr. Heyman?
Second.
Motions to approve, and I have a second from Mr. Nieto.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion?
Yes, Coach. Dr. Canales, the parents won't be charged as well, correct? So if they have no insurance, just to make sure it's going to fall under the CARES Act?
Yes, according to Curative, in cases where an individual might not have insurance, a cost will be billed to the CARES Act or other applicable governmental programs.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay. We have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Nieto to approve the Weslaco Independent School District mobile COVID-19 testing agreement with the Curative. Vote for your approval by saying aye. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item G. Discussion and possible action for the board to approve a resolution designating public school personnel as frontline workers for purposes of vaccine allocation. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, this is a resolution that we're asking for your approval on, and it's going to ask Governor Abbott to declare all Texas educators as frontline workers so that they may receive early vaccinations against COVID-19. We have our staff, our teachers, our administrators, our custodians, just everybody who's hands-on providing education wherever locations is needing so that our kids succeed. So this is a resolution, and according to the most recent data from the Texas Department of State Health Services, MTA, 31,678 public school students and 18,742 school employees have tested positive at some time for COVID-19 as of the week ending November 15th. So concerned about the cases, for this reason.
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion for approval from Mr. Gonzalez
I second.
and a second by Mr. Sustaita. Is there any discussion? Let's vote for approval. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item H, discussion and possible action for the board to approve a resolution regarding extension of leave for COVID-19. Dr. Canales.
President Glad, Board of Trustees, this was presented during the workshop. So I want to just reiterate some of the key points. The resolution, during this resolution, it will that the Board of Trustees, that you authorize an additional 10 days of paid leave for regular employees, contractual and non-contractual, salary and non-salaried, who are lab confirmed COVID-19 positive or required to quarantine due to a directive from the district, a licensed physician or local health authority because of known close contact with an individual who is lab confirmed to have COVID-19. And 2, those Weslaco ISD certified teachers who qualified for expanded family medical leave under the FFCRA, Families First Coronavirus Act, who are presently utilizing said leave, but who will not exhaust said leave prior to December 31st, 2020, will be given an opportunity to exhaust the full number of days contemplated for expanded family medical leave under the FFCRA beyond December 31st, 2021, to be paid at a certified teacher's regular contractual rate on the condition that certified teacher teach remotely until the allotted leave is exhausted. So for this one,
I move to approve.
well, there's one more little statement that I'm going to read because I did not in the workshop. So if federal leave becomes available after January 1st, 2021, the leave provided in this resolution will expire. So this is going above and beyond what the government requires. Board of Trustees, we seek your approval. Sorry.
Okay, we have a
Sorry.
motion from Mr. Gonzalez to
Didn't hear.
approve.
I have a quick question, because if that waiver gets approved, that waiver in January that gives us 20 days after January 4th to teach at home, if that gets approved, then will this still give us time after January to use?
Well, what you're approving will end at the end of the academic, of the school year, the
Okay.
2021 school year.
Okay.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Gonzalez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Rodriguez. Any discussion? Okay, let's move to approve. Let's vote to approve. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Susaita.
Aye.
Jose Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item I, discussion and possible action to give 30-day written notice of termination to general legal counsel pursuant to general counsel legal services agreement. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, this item was asked to be placed on the agenda at the request of trustees. It is for your discussion and action.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion.
I second.
I have a motion from Coach Trevino and a second from
De Los Santos.
Mr. De Los Santos. Any discussion?
Yes, I know that we took it for a vote, but legal counsel has done an outstanding job this last 6 years, keeping it up us out of different situations. You know, as a professional courtesy, normally you allow yourself to get to know the firm or the attorneys of what type of job they do. And normally, as you know, as in any organization, whether it's a school organization or any other organization, as a principal, and I went to Weslaco High School, and I have to evaluate the administration to see if they're going to do their job. Also, as a head coach, you know, you evaluate your coaches. Especially if you've been successful, you evaluate your coaches before you release them. That's my take on there, because the attorneys have done an excellent job over this past 6 years.
Just a quick comment. You know, I think it was about 6 months ago when we renewed the contract or extended the contract, and you know, at that time my vote was in favor, and you know, because I feel like they've done an excellent job, and nothing's really changed since that vote for me. You know, I think the firm has done a good job, and you know, I just you know, respect the work that they've done. You know, so thank you.
I just want to add to, I appreciate everything that the legal counsel has done. I know we talked before, and just like like Biden, you know, building his new cabinet, his president coming in, it's nothing personal for anybody to take. It's just building of a new vision. But that's really, it's not to disrespect anybody. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coach, I'd like to add on, you know, number one, why, if this is y'all's first board meeting per se. Two, I, along with Coach Nieto and Dr. Jaime, this is kind of unorthodox in a sense of you haven't really worked with anybody with this firm. This firm employs Weslaco citizens who pay tax, kids go to school there. And so when you jump to the ball as far as changing, and I get it, changes happen, but not like this and not in this situation. We're not the presidency. You know, we've always had really good representation, quality representation from que en paz descanse, Mr. Science, from O'Hanlon to our current firm with Mr. Perez. Whether y'all are singling them out, I don't know. I've got plenty of calls that we want to go in a different direction. You call yourself a new regime, is what you're saying, Ms. Sustaita. But just a professionalism to actually know what you're getting for, whether y'all looked at cost, didn't look at cost, because if you look at it, cost has gone down in the last 6 years. But again, you know, y'all talk about transparency, you talk about all these things, yet on your next board agenda item, you have somebody there to appoint with no school law experience. And that to me is very, very unsatisfactory. And so for you just to come out and just say that, I mean, that's just kind of hard to swallow. I think Y'all should have just taken the time, and it's okay. Y'all have the majority votes. Jones Galligan is gone. That's fine, but at least back it up. You have no cost of what's going to come before you. You haven't seen the work that they've done and who they work with, but that's okay. That's okay. Y'all have come. You try not to micromanage between whatever y'all do, but y'all already have a set agenda. But yet y'all want to talk about transparency. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment. And those are very interesting comments coming from you, sir. But one thing I can tell you is that we haven't voted on the next item. You're assuming that how we're going to vote on the next item, but you don't know how we're going to vote on the next item. So those are very strong comments.
Just got a bunch of calls.
No, those
That's
are very.
all that happened. I got a bunch of calls.
I'll let you finish. Let me finish. You're making an accusation on how we're going to vote and what our intentions are, but you do not have any of that knowledge to be making those accusations publicly. So that's all I wanted to tell you. I wanted to point that out too, because we haven't voted on the next item and you're assuming how we're going to vote, but you don't know.
Okay.
Name to an agenda item if you don't already know. That's all I'm saying.
We have a motion by Jose Trevino and a second by Mr. Los Santos.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is to give a 30-day written notice of termination to General Legal Counsel pursuant to General Counsel Legal Services Agreement. Let's move to vote. Approval, aye. If you don't approve, no. Mr. Nieto?
No.
No, Mr. Nieto. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Aye. Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Rodriguez?
No.
No. Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Aye. And Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
No. We have 3 noes, 3 ayes. The president votes aye. Motion carries.
Mr. President, could I say a couple of words of appreciation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to let the board know I respect your decision. I know it's not easy to be in your seat, and I respect your decision either way. I've been in that seat before, and I know it's not easy. Thank you for choosing to serve the Weslaco ISD community. It's been an honor to represent this district the last 6 years. In that time, I think we've represented the district diligently and vigorously in the many legal issues that they faced during that time. Our goal has always been to provide sound legal advice and give the district legal options and availability whenever there are any. Districts face legal challenges daily, and that's not more evident than during this pandemic. I'm appreciative to the various board members, including members of this board, that provided our law firm with the opportunity to represent this district to the best of our ability. If our firm can be of any resource to the district moving forward, our door will always be open to Weslaco ISD. Obviously, as a member of the community, with my children here, with our office being here, we're always going to be part of the Weslaco ISD family, I believe, and so that's not going to change. Our firm and I will always continue to support the endeavors of Weslaco ISD and public education as a whole. I want to say to the members of the board, Dr. Canales and your staff, it's been a privilege to work with you, and I wish you all much success in your future endeavors, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item J. Discussion and possible action to appoint Attorney Eloy Sepulveda as General Legal Counsel.
To authorize the administration to solicit a request for qualifications for general legal counsel services.
Okay, your motion is to what?
To authorize administration to solicit a request for qualifications for general legal counsel services.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Sustaita.
Right.
To authorize administration to solicit a request for qualifications for general legal counsel services. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Jaime, second.
Rodriguez. Discussion. Okay, take it to vote. Let me repeat that again. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Staita and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to negotiate a contract, authorize administration to solicit a request for qualifications for general legal counsel services and vote for your approval with an aye. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita.
Aye.
Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, item K. Discussion and possible action to authorize a comprehensive forensic audit of Weslaco ISD finances and operations and authorize administration to initiate the procurement process for selecting an auditor. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, this item was placed on the agenda at the request of trustees. It is for your discussion and possible action.
Do I have a motion?
I motion to accept.
I second.
Coach Trevino. And a second by
De Los Santos.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Yes.
Any discussion? We have none? Okay, we have a motion by Coach Trevino and a second by Mr. De Los Santos to authorize a comprehensive forensic audit of Weslaco ISD finances and operations and authorize administration to initiate the procurement process for selecting an auditor. Let's put it to vote. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita.
Aye.
Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item L. Dr. Canales, we were discussing something about this item, or do I just read it as is?
And item L is ready to go. President Guerra.
Okay. The discussion and possible action to approve the HB3 Early Childhood and CCMR Board Adopted Plans and Goals as presented.
I'll move to approve.
Dr. Rodriguez moves to approve.
I second.
And second?
Second.
I had a second from Mrs. Sustaita.
Okay.
Okay? Any discussion? Dr. Canales?
I think they're good plans for our early childhood literacy plan. I think it's important.
It was a great presentation earlier.
Yes.
Great. So if we have no more discussion, let's vote for approval. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Ms. Sustaita?
Aye.
Dr. Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye, sir.
And Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez?
It stated
Okay.
earlier, connectivity issues.
Now, here's the one that I was referring to. Dr. Canales. Item H. M? No, that's not. M? It was item M. Where is item M?
Discuss this one in closed session.
Are we going to the tribute?
Yes, that's
Yes.
what I was going to ask that.
We have item M, and then we have the tribute. Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Dr. Granado, I seem to have misplaced item M. Having seen your moments up here.
No, I don't see it either.
Oh, you mean on the other one?
Dr. Canales, I believe this item was emailed by Rosemary earlier this afternoon to the board.
Okay, I have it now. Item M, discussion and possible action to approve, ratify a letter of engagement with Mullen Coughlin LLC for investigation, legal advice, and assistance with potential data security incident. Dr. Canales.
Board trustees, our district does carry like cyber liability insurance in the event of a network security and privacy error, privacy breach, cyber extortion threat, and other related items. The carrier impanels the law firm of Mullen Coughlin LLC to represent the district with all aspects of the data breach incident. The scope of representation includes investigation, legal advice, and assist with the response to potential data security incident. The cyber liability policy has a retention of $10,000. All expenses in excess are covered by the carrier. So we're seeking you to approve the letter of engagement with Mullen Coughlin and LLC. And it is something that we can discuss in more details in closed session.
Yeah, that's it. If you all want to discuss the basis for having to hire the firm, that can be done in closed session because there's some legal issues related to the breach and that you don't necessarily want to discuss in public. But obviously, any voting on the hiring of this firm
Will have to be done in
would have to be done in open. Also, just as a point, my understanding is that the money that you spend on this law firm counts towards your $10,000 deductible. It's going to be inclusive as part of your insurance. So whatever you pay to them will go towards the deductible.
Okay, for it to go into closed session, do we need to motion for that?
When you can take no action, and then when you're announcing the items that are going to be discussed in session before we go in, just be sure to address this item as well.
So we'll take this into closed session. Which brings us to item 12, closed meeting to discuss.
Back to honoring.
Okay, are we ready for the?
We have it.
Excellent.
Mr.
Excellent. Before we go into closed meeting to discuss these items, we now have the tribute ready for Mrs. Peterson, so by all means.
Dr. Canales, there's still no audio. We can't hear it. But rather than starting a career down here and then moving someplace else, Mrs. Peterson elected to grow not only professionally, but socially.
Take it off.
Sure.
As an elementary.
Are we ready? Carlos?
What if I put it? Can I start?
No, Carlos, sure.
Peterson, why don't
My mic. Able, you need to stop.
No, this is.
Just quick time.
What we did from our office, we moved around.
I don't know if this machine has quick time.
That's me, got your charger over here.
Try to do it. Well,
The link is on YouTube. I don't know if it'll come out there. It's gonna be on Friday. Yeah, it's on there. I think it's tonight. This under you, Carlos? I sent this to you, Carlos, right?
You want to go to the email real quick and see? Sure.
I was sure. That was very entertaining. Hide behind a computer, then he logs
I
out.
already gave them access.
There's all that training we do for Team of 8. That's ridiculous, you know?
Mrs. Sue Peterson, the name says it all. An icon at Weslaco ISD for almost 40 years.
Yeah.
Her capacity, her knowledge, and her commitment, but most importantly, her.
Everything's gonna be fair game. I mean,
Okay, ready? Cards again. Did they hear it at home? Did they hear it at home? Dr. Did they hear it at home? Yes.
Let me check. She said yes, yes.
Okay, ready?
You good?
Good, go.
Mrs. Sue Peterson, the name says it all. An icon at Weslaco ISD for almost 40 years.
Her capacity, her knowledge, and her commitment, but most importantly, her heart, all golden, all golden.
And on December 14th, 2020, a hole is left on the WISD family as Mrs. Peterson passed away. Our hearts are heavy as we mourn the loss of who we affectionately refer to as Mrs. P.
When I think about Weslaco ISD, I think about Sue Peterson and what she brought to this district and how she's left a part of herself on the staff and all the generations of students.
Mrs. Peterson arrived in the Valley and began her career at Dr. Armando Cuellar Elementary School in 1981. Understandably, moving a couple thousand miles away in a warm climate was a big adjustment for the Michigan native.
We got off the plane in McAllen and I thought I was in the jet wash. It was so hot. And the farther we walked away from the plane, it stayed that hot. I realized that that was the temperature.
But rather than starting a career down here and then moving someplace else, Mrs. Peterson elected to grow not only professionally, but socially.
It's important to find a job that you love. You have to get up being excited about where you're going because that's the only way you're going to be successful.
After spending 5 years as an elementary teacher, Peterson went on to teach at Louise Black Intermediate School. Then in the 1990s, Peterson went from the classroom into the administrative field where she served as administrative assistant, assistant principal, and campus instructional facilitator before earning her first principal assignment at Roosevelt Elementary.
Students have to be first and foremost in your mind, and that all of the decisions that you make have to be what is best for students.
Most remember Mrs. Peterson as the principal at Weslaco East High School, which opened its doors in 2000 as a freshman campus. It will become a complete high school, graduating its first senior class in 2004.
I welcome all of you to our first graduation. Tonight we are making history.
Mrs. Peterson went on to spend 15 memorable years at the school, watching all programs grow and students excel. The campus started from the ground up and produced some of WISD's most successful scholars.
I have several friends that graduated, that are attorneys, work at hospitals, doctors and things like that. And it's because of, this school that gave so much to us and really pushed us to achieve. And it's all about what Ms. Peterson created.
She was a presence in the hallways, always interacting with students, and was committed to supporting all students in extracurricular activities, including football games.
Moments like this will always be cherished, and I will always have this on my desk to never lose those thoughts, those precious thoughts of all the wonderful things that we experienced.
For a school that's heavily populated, it didn't stop Mrs. Peterson from learning each student's name, especially the seniors. A connection with students was important to Mrs. Peterson. She was strict but fair, earning the nickname Mrs. P or Mother P.
It's kind of like your mom. Your mom can be kind of strict, but you never doubt that your mom cares about you and wants the best for you.
I know I lecture you. I enforce the rules a little more than you think necessary. I question you about your actions, and sometimes I sound a lot like your mom. But I care about each and every one of you and wish you the very best.
And when it came to having a good time, Mrs. Peterson was always on board. She did anything, and I mean anything, to put a smile on students' faces.
She wanted to do something for the kids, and if that meant, a little giggle from all the kids, well, then you know, hey, that's what it meant.
The school even had a twin day theme, and a few students took the ultimate dare and dressed as Mrs. Peterson.
They had on, gray wigs and dresses kind of in the style she wore, and pearls and the whole bit. And I mean, she laughed so hard when she saw them.
Mrs. Peterson always set high standards for her students and staff. Her years of dedication and experience led her to the highest recognition as she was named Principal of the Year by Texas Association of Secondary School Principals and HEB Excellence in Education in 2007 and 2008, respectively.
To be picked from many people who are doing outstanding work all over the place. It is an honor, and it's very humbling.
After a successful run as a principal, Mrs. Peterson took what she implemented at Weslaco East to increase the standards across the board for the entire district, preparing students for higher education or vocational careers. She spent the last 5 years as assistant superintendent of schools, leading and mentoring secondary administrators.
From the get-go, she has demonstrated integrity and grace and commitment. I am going to miss her so much.
Her wealth of knowledge and skill rubbed off on some administrators who today are current principals.
From walking down the hallway, picking up trash in the cafeteria, walking around saying hello to the kids, that is something that has really stuck in my mind.
I consider it an honor to hold the job that I do. I look forward to coming to work every day because I have the opportunity to be with these outstanding young people.
40 years, giving her heart, giving her soul to inspire children. Because in the end, it's all about them and the impact you make. But life lessons also come with appreciation and gratitude.
Love you, Miss Peterson.
Yes. Coach Kraft, that was the end of the video.
That?
Yes.
Okay, I thought there was another part to it. But that was a wonderful tribute to Ms. Peterson, and I can personally tell you that you could not have asked for a better person to work for. And when you talk about making a difference, she made a huge difference. And if you look at East today, to what it's become, because of her leadership and support that nobody could have asked for, especially, myself personally. When we started, we went through a lot of growing times. And I remember going to a lot of DEC meetings where we'd watch people walk away with all kinds of trophies and stuff. And we just talk about what we needed to do to change that. Well, it didn't take long before we started getting, a few of those trophies, and it just went on, and not just in athletics, but academics. And East is definitely, because of Ms. Peterson, is on the map. So I have nothing but the highest regards for Mrs. P. Anybody else want to say something?
I had the opportunity to work with Mrs. Peterson as colleagues, actually as principals from 2006 all the way through 2013. And again, highly respected. She did a lot for East. And then, of course, the central office, she did a lot for all students. So again, what a tribute to Mrs. Peterson. She'll be missed, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to work with her for so many years.
I met Ms. P back in 2013 when I came into the district, and I'm going to tell you, you couldn't respect a better leader. She led by example, and her best tribute to everything was the way she made it. She made it a point. I mean, I don't think I ever saw her miss any events at East, and knowing everybody's names. That, to me, that was the icing on the cake. I just couldn't believe how she was a master at learning every single kid's name, from a freshman to the senior. I mean, it was, I don't think there's enough principals out there that do that. So no, she was clearly a great lady.
I never met her myself. I've been in Weslaco ISD since pre-K to 12th grade, but I never ran across her. I was looking at the years she was a principal at certain schools, and I just kept missing her by a year here and a year there. But I remember seeing her, and what stands out to me about her, I saw her at the football games a lot on Fridays, and the pearls and the hair, and she's just such a beautiful lady. I remember thinking, she's so naturally beautiful. She just stood out, and you could just feel the goodness in her heart. It was a vibe that she had. So it's an honor to have had her here at Weslaco ISD. And she rest in peace.
Great tribute, Carlos, and your staff, and Dr. Canales. Thank you for that. And it was great to work with her, alongside with her, as my time on the board. And she's definitely going to be missed. And she's definitely, Weslaco East High School, and I know this probably won't be the last of tributes to her, and just very honored to have known her.
I just want to say that I knew Ms. Peterson from when I was in the school system here in Weslaco ISD, and she is a true definition of dedication and an educator. And she will be missed, and her impact on the community and all the thousands of kids that she's come across can easily be seen throughout the community.
Transition to central office, with Dr. Canales and Mrs. Peterson, they took me under their wing and they guided me, and I looked up to their mentorship moving along. She's going to be greatly missed, tremendous asset to everyone, and her legacy will live on.
Okay.
I know is watching to her grandchildren, Fiona and Hunter. We love your grandma dearly, and she'll be a part of us, like we know she'll be a part of you, through the wonderful things that you're going to hear about her for many years to come. So to the family, our hearts are with you. May she rest in peace. She was so well loved by all of us.
Thank you, everyone, for those wonderful comments. Carlos, outstanding tribute. Thank you very much for that. Okay, we will now go into a closed meeting to discuss A, personnel matters. 1, employment of personnel. 2, resignations. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 551.072. C, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending A, or contemplated litigation. B, a settlement offer. Or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. It is now 9:57. And was I supposed to include item M? Okay, and also to discuss item M, the Possible action to approve ratified letter engagement with Mullen Coffin LLC for investigation, legal advice, and assistance with potential data security incident. We will now go into closed meeting to discuss this. Now is 11:22, and we're going to reconvene in open meeting. We'll start off with item M, discussion and possible action to approve, ratify a letter of engagement with Mullen Coughlin LLC for investigation, legal advice, and assistance with potential data security incident.
Motion to approve?
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Dr. and a second by Jackie Staita. Is there any discussion? Let's vote for approval. We'll start with Mr. Nieto. Aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita? Aye. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
And is Andrew still available? Should we have the record reflect that at some point he, so let's let the record reflect that Mr. Gonzalez left the meeting at 9:57? I think that's the last time we talked to him, and that's when we went into closed session. So we'll use it as 9:57. Okay, motion carries. Now, Dr. Canales, on the
Employment.
employment of personnel, one.
Board of Trustees, I'm recommending that you approve the recommendations of contracts for certified professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Do I have Mr. Nieto approval?
Dr. Jaime, and I second. Oh, aye. My fault.
Okay, now, I'm going to recognize that Dr. Rodriguez motion to approve, and second, Mr. Nieto.
Yes.
No discussion? Now we'll vote for approval. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Did I say Coach Trevino?
Yes.
I want to make sure I don't miss you now, Jess.
No.
Okay, number 2, resignations. That's Canales.
Board Trustees, I recommend that you approve the resignations, retirements of certified professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
So move.
Okay, Dr. Rodriguez, move. Second?
Second.
Mr. Nieto?
Second.
Mr. Nieto seconds. Any discussion? Let's vote for approval. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carried. Was there any other
No, there's no action. That's,
on the deliberation
I don't have the
regarding the
agenda now.
employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline?
No action.
No action. And on item B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property?
No action
No
either.
action. The consultation with attorney regarding pending and contemplating litigation?
No action.
No action. Are we in order for adjournment?
So move.
Okay. This meeting is now adjourned. The time now is 11:26.